Chapter 302. You also want to issue a death challenge? Do you want a challenge? The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed. What's wrong with everyone today? Did they all eat gunpowder? Are they all on steroids? Why do they want to issue a death challenge at the slightest provocation? I want to challenge him. Yang Cheng pointed to Ling Xiao and said, Originally, I applied for an outer sect challenge, but it's too troublesome to change places on the same day, so I'll just settle it in the Desperation Tower. Hey, aren't you taking advantage of this situation? He wants to challenge 3 outer sect masters, and you still want to join in the fun? Let's wait for a while. Senior brother, do you think I'll be able to wait? Yang Cheng asked. You're right. After this death challenge, this little guy will die, so you won't have a chance to challenge him again. The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed and looked at Ling Xiao. Do you accept? In fact, you can refuse. No one will laugh at you, and no one will force you. I accept. Ling Xiao planned to settle all these matters once and for all, so as to avoid future trouble. The guard looked at Ling Xiao with slight sympathy. Young people these days were really impulsive. Thinking back to his own hot-blooded past, the guard couldn't help but sigh. If it was an ordinary challenge, it would be enough to dampen your spirit, but you're just pushing yourself onto the road to death. On the same day, 4 death challenges were held. One of them used to be the 10th ranked outer sect disciple, but was now several times stronger than before. The other 3 were also the 6th, 5th, and 3rd ranked outer sect disciples. He really couldn't imagine how Ling Xiao would win, especially Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd. In terms of physical fitness, he was definitely the best in the outer sect, and even if he encountered a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, he wouldn't die. This guy had occupied 3rd place for 3 or 4 years, and his strength was terrifying. Even the 1st and 2nd ranked monsters weren't willing to provoke him easily. Many thanks for senior brother's concern. I'll be careful. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said. He knew that the person in front of him was really thinking about him, but unfortunately, the other party didn't understand his own abilities. Sigh, go back and have a good rest. Eat something good. In the eyes of this Transcendent Realm Guard, what Ling Xiao was about to do next was no different from walking to the guillotine. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. He just smiled and turned to leave. Zhao Shi wanted to stop him, but in the end, he didn't. He knew Ling Xiao's character too well. Even if he tried to persuade him, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't stop her. Instead, Zhao Xi rushed out. Ling Xiao, you're a lunatic. Is suicide fun? Zhao Shi slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that his sister was a typical example of overflowing love. She didn't target anyone. As long as it was a person, she would sympathize and pity them. He was putting his pity on Ling Xiao. Princess Ci, I haven't lived long enough. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Ci, and his figure flashed. How could Zhao Ci block him? This lunatic! Zhao Ci stomped her feet in anger. Zhao Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even he felt that Ling Xiao was committing suicide, let alone Zhao Ci. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the guards of the Desperation Tower announced that Yang Cheng had issued a death challenge to him. 4 death challenges in a day immediately caused quite a stir in the entire sect. The outer sect, in particular, was simply boiling over. However, without exception, everyone felt that Ling Xiao was courting death. Even Lan Yuer hadn't expected that this kid would issue 4 death challenges in a day. In the end, Yang Danlin, Yuan Venerate, and Lan Yuer went to Ling Xiao's cave abode and were furious. They said that Ling Xiao was crazy and didn't want to live anymore. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. He just smiled. In any case, the death challenge had already been announced. It was impossible to go back on his word unless Ling Xiao left the Yuehua school and became a fugitive. Of course, they didn't tell Dai Yuling about this. Otherwise, Dai Yuling wouldn't be able to recuperate in peace. At the same time, Yang Cheng was lying on a strange bed in the puppet hall. He was undergoing some modifications. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you have caused me to be in this state. I will definitely make you die a horrible death. A supreme-grade spirit stone was spinning rapidly in the depths of his body. His entire body was emitting a special milky white glow. Today, he had undergone a modification in the puppet hall. His entire body had retained his brain, while the rest had been replaced by puppet machinery. All his true essence now came from the central core. This was the true essence that the flame deity had given him. It was much stronger than the true essence cultivated by a gold-grade, entry-level internal cultivation technique. It was almost equivalent to the true essence condensed by a rare gold-grade internal cultivation technique. In the outer sect, no one was qualified to learn rare gold-grade martial arts. He believed that the strength of his true essence would definitely surpass Ling Xiao's. Not only that, but after the precise modification, the power of any move he displayed now was several times stronger than before. He could have challenged the 9th or even the 8th or 7th outer sect disciple. However, he chose Ling Xiao. This was to take revenge. At the same time, in He Suo's cave residence, Jin Ming, Tuo Bashan, and Gong Yang Nu were all there. In addition, He Suo and Elder He were also there. It seemed that He Suo had agreed to Elder He's conditions. The reward had become 10 times more than before. Otherwise, Elder He wouldn't have stayed there. Elder He, I'll have to trouble you with Lan Yuer. Just stop her from interfering. My master is a heavenly master, after all. It's not good for him to interfere. He Suo looked at Elder He and proposed a toast. Leave it to me. Elder He drank the wine in one gulp. Since he had accepted He Suo's things, he couldn't help but help him. Otherwise, with Empyrean Demon Flame's temper, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Thank you, Elder He. He Suo cupped his hands and looked at Jin Ming and the others. Are you confident? Jin Ming said lightly, Senior brother He Suo, you can rest assured. Ling Xiao may not be able to pass Yang Cheng's test. Maybe it won't even be our turn to fight. Don't be careless. He Suo had suffered a loss from Ling Xiao. He hated this kid to the bone, but he also valued him very much. Since Ling Xiao dares to challenge the 3 of you to death, how can he be weak? Don't hold back during the battle. Kill that kid with all your strength. Senior brother He Suo, you think too highly of that kid. Don't forget, he has to fight 4 battles in a row. Gong Yang laughed angrily. Even if Yang Cheng, that trash, can't kill Ling Xiao, he should be able to consume a lot of that kid's true essence. He may even be seriously injured. I'll take care of the rest. He Suo thought about it and agreed. Perhaps he was worrying too much. Even if Ling Xiao was really hiding his strength, unless he broke through to the transcendent realm, facing these 4 people, there was no way he could survive. Chapter 3:03. He Suo felt that Jin Ming should be the one to deal with Ling Xiao in the end. After thinking about it, he also felt that there shouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances. Could it be that the kid liked Dai Yuling and had rashly issued a death challenge because of her? It was normal for young people to make such mistakes. He Suo couldn't help but sneer. Impulsiveness was the devil. It was too late for regrets now. He had already asked people to guard the passage down the mountain. If Ling Xiao intended to escape while it was dark, he would definitely know immediately. He couldn't do anything in the sect, but he could do it personally outside. That way, he would have a greater chance of success. A little more than a day might be too short for others. However, Ling Xiao could do a lot of things. During this period, his cultivation base continued to improve, and he had already reached the level of a half-step master. This kind of advancement didn't need to be deliberate. His body still had the extraordinary body-shaping elixir that hadn't been completely digested. Even if he slept every day, his cultivation base would still improve at a very impressive speed. He didn't even stop the task given to him by the Yuan Venerate. There was no need to stop. Given his current strength, killing those 4 people shouldn't be a big problem. Perhaps Jin Ming was the only one who could bring him some trouble. The other 3 were simply not enough to deal with. Furthermore, he also took this opportunity to get his martial soul clone to help him forge 36 Big Dipper flying swords. Although their names were flashy, they were only high-quality flying swords. In order to gather materials, he sold 10 high-grade True Essence pills before finally forging the 36 Big Dipper flying swords. Since then, the Clear Wind sword had been honorably retired. After successfully forging the 36 Big Dipper flying swords, his Imperial Sword Art Bronze Scroll had become the martial skill with the most terrifying lethality. Not only was it sudden, but it was also terrifying. Naturally, this was to be used as a trump card. In addition, his Sky Dragon True Essence had become increasingly pure. The True Essence condensed from the Snow Lotus True Essence could be directly transformed into Sky Dragon True Essence. This meant that he didn't need to rush to cultivate a gold-grade internal cultivation technique. This was because his current Sky Dragon True Essence was already equivalent to a gold-grade True Essence. In other words, the Sky Dragon True Essence was usually 2 levels stronger than the original True Essence he cultivated. This level of True Essence was more than enough to deal with outer court disciples. What's more, he still had the true chi of a transcendent realm master and the true chi of a vicious beast and thunderbolt true chi in his body. According to the grade of the inner force cultivation method, it should be equivalent to the true essence produced by the gold grade inner force cultivation method. He had more than 1 or 2 tricks up his sleeve. In terms of martial souls, he had an absolute advantage. If he wasn't afraid of being too ostentatious, he could have used 3 martial souls at the same time. Currently, his martial soul had also improved, but the improvement was not very obvious. It seemed that after the martial soul had become a complete martial soul, its speed of improvement had obviously slowed down. To solve this problem, every martial artist had a different method. However, Ling Xiao felt that the most suitable thing for him was to plunder his opponent's martial spirit and then devour it. That way, his speed of improvement would be the fastest. It was daybreak. It was already the day of the death challenge. Ling Xiao recalled the 2 clones and walked out of the cave. Outside the door, Yang Danlin, Lan Yu, and even Dai Yuling were waiting with their sick bodies. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi also came over, but the 2 of them had different attitudes. Zhao Ji felt that Ling Xiao was a person that could be befriended. Zhao Xi was purely compassionate. In addition to them, there were many outer sect experts gathered nearby. These people were all disciples in the top 30. Their jobs were relatively easy, so it was not a problem for them to go to the Desperation Tower to watch the show. Oh, he's out. I thought that kid was so scared that he ran out of the sect. So what if he came out? He's still going to die. Let's go to the Desperation Tower. There are a few battles today that we can watch. These people moved their feet and turned into afterimages as they headed towards the Desperation Tower. There were already many people gathered around the Desperation Tower. Of course, most of them were outer sect disciples, but there were also a few inner sect disciples who came to join in the fun. These inner sect disciples' cultivation was relatively low below the transcendent 3rd layer, so they paid more attention to the outer sect quasi-inner sect disciples, because these quasi-inner sect disciples were likely to become their competitors. Why isn't he here yet? That Ling Xiao couldn't have run away, right? I think he must have run away. a person going through 4 death challenges on the same day, and his opponents are all half-step masters. Even a transcendent first-layer martial artist wouldn't dare to do so. Yes, that kid probably made such a decision in a moment of impulse, but he regretted it in the end. Ling Xiao is here. While these people were discussing, Ling Xiao had already arrived. Following him were Yang Danlin, Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, Xiao Ji, Xiao Ci, and a few other outer sect disciples that he had a good relationship with. Why is Old Hall Master Yang here? And Senior Sister Lan? You guys don't know, right? This Ling Xiao might have been groomed by Old Hall Master Yang as his successor. There are also rumors that Senior Sister Lan has taken a liking to this kid. Don't talk nonsense. Senior Sister Lan has always been aloof. She doesn't even put the number 1 inner sect disciple in her eyes. How could she fall in love with this kid? Although they said so, the attitude between Ling Xiao and Lan Yu was indeed ambiguous. It seemed that their relationship was too intimate. Ling Xiao roughly looked at the onlookers around the Desperation Tower. There were already more than 1,000 people, including 90% of the outer sect disciples. Don't these people have to work? They really have the time. What he didn't know was that because this death challenge was too shocking, the outer sect disciples simply gave all the outer sect disciples a holiday. Unless they were in seclusion and couldn't come, they all came to watch the fun. That was why there were so many people. Ling Xiao, it's good that you're here. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Otherwise, who would take revenge on me? Yang Cheng came before dawn because he was too excited. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Ling Xiao just glanced at him faintly, then turned his gaze to Jin Ming, to Obashan, and Gong Yang knew. In terms of aura, Jin Ming was obviously stronger than the other outer sect disciples. That kind of aura was just like that of a transcendent master. Did you hear? Jin Ming defeated another transcendent first-layer cultivator half a month ago. This guy's defensive secret art is too terrifying. Of course I heard. An inner sect elder wants to make an exception and bring him into the inner sect, but he doesn't seem to be in a hurry. I don't know what he wants to do. What do you know? The top 3 outer sect disciples get more resources than the bottom inner sect disciples. This is the advantage. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Jin Ming's strength was stronger than half a month ago. Ling Xiao felt his blood boiling. Only this kind of evenly matched battle could make him so excited. Chapter 304. Gong Yang Nu was an expert in saber techniques. Although he was only 17 years old, he looked like he was in his 30s. It was said that Tuoba Shan's divine Bao was invincible, and he had a Bao martial spirit. His palm technique was also very powerful. However, this was just a rumor. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower has arrived. Perhaps it was because today's death challenge had attracted too much attention that the Tower Master of the Desperation Tower had come in person. Ling Xiao looked at this person in surprise. This person was wearing a black ghost mask, but his aura was very familiar. No way. Ling Xiao felt that his guess might be wrong, so he shook his head and let go of the confusion in his heart. Today's battle will be presided over by this senior. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere, or they will be killed without mercy. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower was also a Heaven Realm powerhouse. His murderous aura was very terrifying. Fortunately, he deliberately restrained his murderous aura. Otherwise, a large number of the onlookers would have died. No one dared to say a word. Even Elder Bai and Elder He, who came to watch the battle, did not dare to say a word. In the eyes of a Heaven Realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Transcendent Realm powerhouse was not worth mentioning. The first battle, Yang Cheng, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect, challenges Ling Xiao, who is currently ranked 10th in the outer sect. Please enter the Desperation Tower. The Desperation Tower was called a tower, but it was actually a dilapidated ruin. All the battles would be carried out in this ruin. From the outside, the battle could be clearly seen. As soon as the tower master of the Desperation Tower finished speaking, Yang Cheng rushed out impatiently. Judging from his movement technique, his strength was indeed much stronger than before. There was no doubt about that. Ling Xiao also jumped into the air and rushed into the Desperation Tower. His movement technique was stronger than Yang Cheng's, but he did not deliberately use it, so it looked like he was slower than Yang Cheng. It's starting. Many outer sect disciples took a deep breath. Ling Xiao was a new outer sect disciple, while the other 4 were old outer sect disciples. Therefore, from this point of view, it was actually a battle between the old and the new. Therefore, the outer sect disciples were very excited. Ling Xiao, even though you overestimated your ability and issued death challenges to senior brother Jin Ming, senior brother Tabashan, and senior brother Gong Yang, unfortunately, you won't have the chance to fight them because you'll die at my hands. Facing Ling Xiao, Yang Cheng was clearly very excited and also very angry. The scene of the battle kept replaying in his mind. When he thought of that defeat, he felt humiliated and angry. He wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. On his body, the milky white true essence turned into a tornado, completely wrapping him up. Although his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, the wind and cloud true essence produced by his wind and cloud secret art was much stronger than before. The terrifying tornado blew up the bricks and stones on the ruins, forming a huge garbage dump. It just floated above Yang Cheng's head. Boom! The garbage, which seemed to weigh at least 10,000 pounds, was blown towards Ling Xiao by the strong wind. Ling Xiao didn't move and just stood there quietly. However, the moment the pile of garbage got close to him, it actually split apart, and this time it exploded and scattered. Yang Cheng didn't seem to expect to defeat Ling Xiao with this move. It was just a greeting. The next moment, his fighting spirit rose to the extreme. A terrifying aura crazily rolled up. The original tornado expanded again, crazily wreaking havoc on the dilapidated ruins. He was already a half-step master. Now, with the true essence bestowed by the flame deity, his aura was so terrifying that it made many outer sect disciples tremble. This guy is much stronger than before. Those who were familiar with Yang Cheng exclaimed, "Yeah, he's at least 7 or 8 times stronger. He couldn't have such a terrifying aura in the past." I've said that Ling Xiao will die in the first round. There's no need for him to fight the next few rounds. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuling grabbed her master Lan Yu's hand tightly. "Master, please save Ling Xiao. He shouldn't die for me." Lan Yu sighed. Could she help? Not to mention that Elder He was watching from the side. The Desperation Tower's master wouldn't allow her to intervene. This was a life and death battle. But if Ling Xiao's life was really in danger, could she not help? She didn't think she could do it. Could she just watch Ling Xiao die? Then she might as well break the sect's rules. At worst, she would be expelled from the sect. However, seeing Ling Xiao's expression, her original worry disappeared in an instant. His face was still indifferent and emotionless, but Lan Yu could feel the strong self-confidence that came from his bones. "Yuling, don't worry. Ling Xiao is far stronger than you think," Lan Yu said. There was no basis for her words, but she believed that her judgment was not wrong. In the Desperation Tower, Ling Xiao looked at Yang Cheng indifferently. He didn't mean to take the initiative to attack. In the face of an unfamiliar enemy, it was often more appropriate to attack after the enemy had attacked. Of course, if the opponent didn't make a move for a long time, then he would have to think of a way. He didn't intend to fight a protracted battle with Yang Cheng. At most 3 moves. Ling Xiao thought for a while and set such a goal. Of course, it would be best to solve it in 1 move. Among the 4 opponents, the one who could really pose a threat to him was Jin Ming. As for the other 3, he really couldn't raise his interest. Ling Xiao, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. You should regret seriously injuring me back then. Suddenly, Yang Cheng's body moved amidst the violent roar. His entire body merged into the huge tornado, and his hands actually turned into sharp ice blades, which flickered with cold light in the fierce wind. Boom! At that moment, the entire Desperation Tower was caught in the raging wind, and many people couldn't even see what was happening. What a terrifying explosive force. What a terrifying power. Is this still Yang Cheng? This kind of attack, I'm afraid it won't lose to the top 5. In just an instant, Yang Cheng's attack arrived. Looking from afar, it was more like a tornado sweeping a huge treasure sword, piercing towards Ling Xiao. The speed was too fast, and Ling Xiao couldn't dodge. Of course, this was just the feeling of a bystander. But Ling Xiao's face revealed a hint of a smile, because he saw it clearly. Yang Cheng's so-called trump card had been completely exposed in front of him. 3 moves? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. He really overestimated this Yang Cheng. This guy's power and explosive force were indeed more terrifying than before. But in Ling Xiao's view, this guy had actually become weaker. Because most of his body was replaced by a puppet, his agility and reaction were much worse. After all, no matter how good a puppet was, it couldn't compare to a human body. Moreover, Yang Cheng, this idiot, relied on his powerful strength, thinking that he could instantly defeat Ling Xiao, so he didn't realize at all that his powerful move exposed a big flaw. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. Chapter 3:05. Even though he was a sky realm expert, he did not have the ability to see through things. Therefore, no one, including the Desperation Tower Master, knew what had happened to Ling Xiao. Many people even thought that Ling Xiao had been killed. Ling Xiao! Dai Yuling screamed and fainted in Lan Yu's arms. Lan Yu looked miserable. She handed Dai Yuling over to Yang Danlin and walked slowly to the Desperation Tower. She had to save Ling Xiao even if she had to offend the Desperation Tower Master. She had believed in Ling Xiao at first, but Ling Xiao's aura had disappeared completely the moment she heard the explosion. This caused her to be completely flustered. She lost her usual calmness and became furious. "Little Lan, are you crazy? Ling Xiao is fine." Yang Danlin stopped Lan Yu. In fact, he did not know what had happened there either. Yuan Venerates had told him that. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Ling Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. There was no trace of Ling Xiao's aura on the Desperation Tower. Gong Yangnu smiled gloatingly. "Ha ha ha! He died just like that. That's too useless." "No." Jin Ming stood up abruptly, and his pupils constricted. Ling Xiao's figure gradually appeared, while Yang Cheng fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. His head had been separated from his body. How did he do it? Gong Yangnu sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't even see how Ling Xiao killed Yang Cheng. His aura suddenly disappeared the moment Yang Cheng's attack arrived. It should be the effect of his martial soul. Then he counterattacked and killed Yang Cheng in 1 move. It's that simple. Jin Ming said. He did not see the whole process, but it should be the case based on the situation on the field. It can't be. Yang Cheng is much stronger than before. Ling Xiao killed him in 1 move. Gong Yangnu could not believe this inference. Yang Cheng has improved, but so has Ling Xiao. Although Jin Ming said this, he did not know what had happened on the Desperation Tower. No one knew. In fact, Ling Xiao had used 10% of his ability as a half-step master when he killed Yang Cheng. If it was only for a split second, and there were many half-step masters present, no one would have noticed it. Originally, there was no need for this. However, in order to solve the problem as soon as possible, Ling Xiao was too lazy to use a move that consumed a lot of energy. The move he used to kill Yang Cheng could only be considered an ordinary attack. It was just a hand chop. He didn't even use a martial skill. The winner of the first Life or Death challenge is Ling Xiao. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower said indifferently. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yang Cheng's corpse was thrown out. Next, the second round, Ling Xiao will challenge Gong Yangnu. Senior, can you change it? Ling Xiao looked at the Desperation Tower's Tower Master and said, "What do you want to change? It's too late to change the date now." The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower said coldly, "Senior, what I mean is, can I challenge 2 people at once? It's too troublesome to challenge them one by one." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "What? This Ling Xiao must be crazy. It's dangerous enough to challenge one person at a time. Now he wants to challenge 2 people at once. Isn't he simply courting death?" Many people felt that Ling Xiao's victory had gone to his head. However, Gong Yangnu and Tuoba Shan looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. To be honest, after witnessing Ling Xiao's ability to kill Yang Cheng in one move, the 2 of them didn't have the confidence to win if they were to fight one-on-one. They were thinking of retreating. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, they suddenly regained their confidence. One person might not be able to do it, but 2 people working together wouldn't be a problem. One of them was a close combat fighter, while the other was a long-range fighter. They had worked together countless times. Now that Ling Xiao proposed to challenge both of them at once, it was simply a feast for them. This can be changed. As long as you're willing, the other party is also willing. We agree. Gong Yangnu and Tuoba Shan seemed to be afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind. They hurriedly stood up and announced their agreement. As long as they agreed, Ling Xiao wouldn't have the chance to regret it. Then let's change it. Ling Xiao will challenge the 6th-ranked Outer Sect disciple, Gong Yangnu, and the 5th-ranked Outer Sect disciple, Tuoba Shan. The Desperation Tower Master didn't seem to care. He was happy to watch the show. Dai Yuling, who had just woken up, turned pale with fright by Ling Xiao's crazy decision. Lan Yuer smiled bitterly. Yang Danlin scolded repeatedly. This little bastard really doesn't want to live. Only the Yuan Venerate squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Sometimes he couldn't see through this disciple of his. Gong Yangnu and Tuoba Shan entered the perimeter of the Desperation Tower at the same time. However, one was in front and the other was behind. The shadow behind Gong Yangnu was a long blade. This should be a relatively common weapon type, martial soul, the long blade martial soul. The shadow behind Tuoba Shan was a bow, which was also a common weapon type martial soul, the bow and arrow martial soul. The former was good at close combat. The latter had a terrifying bow and arrow attack. To be honest, Ling Xiao's choice to fight the 2 of them at the same time was a little rash and reckless. Many people had already developed some confidence in him when they saw him kill Yang Cheng in one move. Who would have thought that he would suddenly do something like this, which instantly made everyone lose all confidence in him? However, Ling Xiao didn't care what others thought of him or whether they had confidence in him. It was enough that he had confidence in himself. You will pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance. Gong Yangnu sneered as he brandished his long blade and slashed at Ling Xiao. In terms of offensive power, Gong Yangnu wasn't inferior to Yang Cheng. The slash of his blade seemed like it would split the ruins in half. The combination of the long blade and the martial soul was flawless. Desperation blade technique. Cleave in two. When Gong Yongnu executed his blade technique, he had already closed in on Ling Xiao. His goal was very clear, which was to entangle Ling Xiao and create an opportunity for Tuobashan. Tuobashan had a killing move that required a long time to accumulate true essence. If it was a one-on-one fight, Tuobashan wouldn't use this move. But now that it was 2 against 1, he had a chance. This was also his strongest move. Clang! Ling Xiao's figure flashed and easily avoided Gong Yongnu's attack. At the top of the Desperation Tower, a thick steel bar was split in half. Not only that, the blade chi seeped into the ruins and created a huge crack. The onlookers were a little surprised. The 6th-ranked expert of the outer sect had a terrifying offensive power. Ling Xiao obviously thought so too. However, he felt that an attack that couldn't hit its target was meaningless. So what if your offensive power was strong? Do you know why I have to kill you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. His voice was very loud. The entire Desperation Tower and the people nearby could hear him, because this was the effect he wanted. Chapter 306. Gong Yongnu's attack was still ongoing. However, no matter how fast his blade was, it still couldn't touch Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used the Cloud Dragon Divine Walk to wander around the ruins. He was simply like a roaming dragon. The dragon's head could be seen, but not its tail. Gong Yongnu was unable to capture his tracks at all. This kid actually integrated the intent of array formations into his movement techniques. Yuan Venerate said suddenly, "That's strange." No wonder I felt that his movement technique was a little strange. They were clearly walking at the same few points, but Gong Yongnu couldn't touch him. Yang Danlin suddenly understood. Furthermore, I didn't impart this intent to him. I've only seen it in the Divine Seal catalog. Yuan Venerate chuckled. It can't be, right? You mean that this kid actually memorized the God Seal catalog? Yang Danlin was shocked. That might be the case. Yuan Venerate liked this disciple more and more. He was really glad that he had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple before anyone else. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Gong Yongnu, Tuoba Mountain, you are Yuehua School's disciples, yet you don't know how to cultivate diligently. Instead, you take pleasure in bullying other disciples. Ling Xiao avoided Gong Yongnu's attacks as he continued to speak. I don't care about the life and death of others, but you shouldn't have made a move on Dai Yuling. You shouldn't have crippled her martial soul. You talk too much. Gong Yongnu's attacks became even more ferocious. Humph, you should be glad that you can still hear my nonsense. In a while, close your eyes and say goodbye to this senior sister. Ling Xiao said coldly. Suddenly, a streak of sword chi flew out and pierced Gong Yongnu's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Whoosh, whoosh. Yet another streak of sword chi. Gong Yongnu's other shoulder was also pierced. To be precise, both of his shoulder blades had been pierced and his hands were hanging down. Whoosh, whoosh. For streaks of sword chi flew out in succession. Gong Yongnu's legs and eyes were pierced. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded from the Desperation Tower. Gong Yongnu was in a complete tragedy. Ling Xiao, you devil! Gong Yongnu roared. That's right, I'm a devil. If I can't become a ghost, my friends will be bullied by you. That's something I don't want to see. Ling Xiao began to make the final conclusion. Since there are so many people here today, I'll just say it in passing. If anyone dares to harm my friends in the future, I'll tear them into pieces. Remember my words. Don't regret it later. Whoosh! Puchi! The last sword chi directly pierced through Gong Yongnu's forehead. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Tuoba Mountain. Die, Ling Xiao! Although Gong Yongnu had died, Tuoba Shan had used this opportunity to accumulate his strongest killing move. Junior brother Gongyang, rest in peace. I will avenge you. This is your killing move. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Shan mockingly. This is the killing move of the 5th ranked outer disciple. If it's only this powerful, it's too disappointing. Ling Xiao admitted that Tuoba Shan's killing move could kill most of the peak 9th level martial vein martial masters. It could even pose a fatal threat to most of the half-step masters. However, this move had no effect on him and Jin Ming. He didn't even need to dodge. He could easily block this move just by standing there. Stop bluffing. Tuoba Shan didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Since the attack had already been launched, he only needed to wait for Ling Xiao's death. The terrifying arrow let out a whistling sound as it tore through the air. It actually produced scarlet flames, as if it wanted to nail Ling Xiao to the ruins. Ling Xiao should be bluffing, right? It must be. He's doing this to make senior brother Tuoba nervous. That's right. This arrow is fast and urgent. I'm afraid no one in the outer sect would dare to take it face to face. It was as if to refute his words. Ling Xiao slowly stretched out his right hand. The originally powerful move directly blasted Ling Xiao's right hand. However, there was no loud roar. There was no terrifying scene. Ling Xiao just gently squeezed his hand. That terrifying move had actually been reduced to ashes. I said that your so-called killing move is a joke in front of me. I didn't want to find trouble with you, but you had to provoke me. Don't blame me if you die today. You can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Tuoba Shan. In fact, from the beginning of the battle until now, there was not a drop of sweat on his forehead. There was not a stain on his clothes. It was as if there was no battle at all. However, everyone saw that he killed Yang Cheng and Gong Yangnu. Now Tuoba Shan was not far from death. Spare me! Spare me! Tuoba Shan's face was distorted as he cried into a ball of tears. He was really scared. Ling Xiao was too scary. He felt even scarier than Jin Ming and He Suwa. Of course, this was not about strength, but the aura. He naturally did not know that Ling Xiao's soul power was strong. It was far from what Jin Ming and He Suwa could compare with. In addition, he mixed the vital essence of fierce beasts into his aura. That fierce aura was, of course, very terrifying. Ling Xiao, spare him. He already knows his mistake. Zhao Xi could not stand it anymore. She shouted, "You have already killed 2 people. Do you still want to continue?" Ling Xiao ignored Zhao Xi. He and Zhao Xi were not from the same world. Zhao Xi lived in the inner court of the palace. Naturally, she did not know the cruelty of reality. Ling Xiao was indeed used to seeing the weak being bullied and even killed by the strong. He would not kill the innocent, but he would definitely not sympathize with any of his enemies. Whoosh! Ling Xiao slowly waved his hand. A sharp light suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Tuoba Shan's head rolled on the ground like a rubber ball. Ling Xiao took his martial soul. Of course, he did not waste Gong Yangnu and Yang Cheng's martial souls. These 3 people's martial souls were too ordinary. Ling Xiao did not care about them at all, so he directly fed them to his blood shadow martial soul as nourishment. At present, his blood shadow martial soul was the main direction of development. Therefore, he planned to upgrade his blood shadow martial soul to the 3rd stage of a complete martial soul. After that, he would upgrade the other martial souls. After all, he could use 3 martial souls at the same time. At the very least, he had to make 3 martial souls go hand in hand. He temporarily chose the Blood Shadow martial soul, the Thunder Bear martial soul, and the Giant Sword martial soul, the Ghost Ship martial soul, and the Dark Cloud martial soul could be temporarily put aside. Anyway, in the current world of sex, having a martial soul was the most basic. He had plenty of martial souls to devour. He was not worried that he could not upgrade too many martial souls. Moreover, he only had 5 martial souls. He felt that it was too little. Gong Yongnu died. Tuoba Shan died. At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen. No one dared to doubt Ling Xiao's strength anymore. Chapter 307. These 2 pieces of trash were actually killed by Ling Xiao so easily. What the hell are they doing? He Suo was furious. He couldn't understand. Ling Xiao was clearly only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. How did he manage to kill 2 half-step grandmasters so easily? Senior brother He Suo, you think too highly of Ling Xiao. He blocked Tuoba Shan's attack. I dare not say that he used all his strength, but at least he consumed a lot of energy. Although it looked easy, I'm afraid he has already suffered internal injuries. Jin Ming said with a smile, in the entire outer sect, only I dare to take Tuoba Shan's arrow head-on. Even Wang Feng, who is ranked first, doesn't dare to take it head-on. Of course, Wang Feng could have used other means to resolve the arrow, or he wouldn't have let Tuoba Shan shoot the arrow at all. Just like Jin Ming, who was best at defense, Wang Feng, who was ranked first, was best at movement techniques. He Suo didn't say anything. He felt that Jin Ming's judgment should be correct, but he felt that something was wrong. The chaotic scene made it impossible for him to calm down and think about the problem. Ling Xiao killing 3 people in a row had caused a sensation like an earthquake. Those were not 3 chickens. They were definitely not 3 pigs. Those were 3 half-step masters, and they were ranked 5th, 6th, and 10th respectively. Of course, the reason it caused such a huge commotion was mainly because this result was too inconceivable and unbelievable. Before the death challenge, no one thought that Ling Xiao could win. They all thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. Even if he was lucky enough to kill 1 or 2 people, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill a 3rd. But now the reality was that Ling Xiao killed 3 people as easily as slaughtering dogs and pigs. The most ridiculous thing was that the second challenge was 1 against 2, but it was still so easy as if he didn't use any strength at all. No wonder Jin Ming thought that he was bluffing. After killing Gong Yongnu and Tuoba Shan, Ling Xiao directly advanced to the 5th place of the outer sect. This ranking was automatically replaced, not promoted. Interesting. Next, Ling Xiao, who is ranked 5th, will issue a death challenge to Jin Ming, who is ranked 3rd. The eyes of the Desperation Tower's Tower Master shone with a strange light, as if he was excited. He was very excited. It had been a long time since he had seen such a clean battle. He had never seen a battle where the weak defeated the strong. It was not a bad idea to treat it as entertainment after cultivation. He really wanted to know if Ling Xiao could continue to win. For Ling Xiao, even if he lost 1 battle, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Because if he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, he had to win. Only by winning and killing Jin Ming would these things change. The onlookers gradually calmed down, because they had also thought of this. No matter how well Ling Xiao performed in the first 3 challenges, his biggest and only opponent today was actually Jin Ming. He had occupied the 3rd position in the outer sect for 2 or 3 years, and had even defeated a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. With such strength and talent, it would be wrong to say that he wasn't a genius. Such a person could even be said to be a transcendent realm master who had not yet reached the transcendent realm. Ling Xiao, although the 3 people you killed were not my friends, they have been with me for a long time. If you choose to kill yourself, I can leave your corpse intact. Jin Ming did not use a movement skill. but directly jumped onto the Desperation Tower with his physical strength, and then pointed his finger at Ling Xiao, revealing a domineering aura. His figure looked thin and weak, but his aura was so powerful that it was frightening. When his aura erupted, the ruins of the Desperation Tower trembled as if they were afraid of his power. "Oh, is that so? Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Jean, but unfortunately, I am not interested," Ling Xiao said lightly. Home. There was a loud explosion. Jean Ming's aura became even more terrifying. His aura was like a volcanic eruption. Around him, one could even hear the whistling of the wind. The surrounding bricks and stones instantly turned into powder, and under his feet, the ground sank 1 or 2 meters deep. Such a terrifying aura. He's simply a monster. That's right. The defensive martial art Jean Ming cultivates was extracted from the divine text of an ancient monster beast. Although only a part of it was extracted, it still contains the terrifying aura of an ancient monster beast. This aura is even stronger than some first-layer transcendent realm cultivators. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. However, a smile soon appeared on his face, because he felt that his expectations were not wrong. This battle with Jean Ming would definitely stimulate the potential in his body and allow his strength to rise again. He did not dislike a strong opponent at all. On the contrary, he was very excited. No wonder this guy could defeat a first-layer transcendent realm cultivator. His physical strength was simply too terrifying. Under the analysis of his mountain and river martial spirit, Yang Kai could estimate that Jean Ming's physical strength had already surpassed the average first-layer transcendent realm master. Jean Ming's physical strength was infinitely close to those masters who had broken through to the transcendent realm with their physical potential, compared to masters who had broken through to the transcendent realm with their soul and internal qi. Jean Ming's physical strength was much stronger. In fact, to some extent, Jean Ming's physical strength was even higher than Ling Xiao's. However, Ling Xiao's strength had improved in all 3 aspects. At present, Ling Xiao's physical strength was close to the transcendent realm. His soul had already reached the transcendent realm. Jean Ming's total internal qi had also reached the transcendent realm, but unfortunately, it was still not enough. When Ling Xiao's cultivation reached the transcendent realm, his internal qi would truly step into the transcendent realm. In contrast, Ling Xiao's soul had the advantage. In terms of physical strength, Jean Ming was slightly inferior. After all, Jean Ming focused on body tempering and had been a disciple of the Wehua school for a long time. He had probably begun tempering his body from an early age, so it was normal for him to have a greater advantage than Ling Xiao in this regard. In terms of internal qi, Ling Xiao had a slight advantage, mainly in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, they were evenly matched. If one looked at it from these aspects alone, the strength of the two was very close, and it was even possible for them to perish together in the end. However, in a real battle, superficial strength was not as simple as it seemed. Jean Ming did not speak any more nonsense. He directly stamped his foot and rushed towards Ling Xiao like a fierce beast. In Ling Xiao's view, Jean Ming was like a mammoth rushing over. Vaguely, Ling Xiao saw the shadow behind Jean Ming. It was indeed a mammoth. The huge mammoth was faintly discernible. Obviously, Jean Ming did not intend to use all his strength to deal with Ling Xiao, so he only borrowed a little of his martial spirit's power and did not fully summon it. Mammoth fist technique. Mammoth impact. Jean Ming seemed to have turned into a giant elephant. Every time his feet stepped on the ruins, a deafening roar would be heard. His fists seemed to have become the 2 sharp tusks of a mammoth, directly piercing through Ling Xiao. This kind of power gave people a feeling that they could not resist. Chapter 308. Ling Xiao stood there in a fighting stance, and his aura flowed slowly. He didn't like to waste his true essence. Every attack had to be just right. The analytical ability of the mountain and river martial spirit gave him the smartest way to fight. Ong, the sound of a giant elephant rang out. It was hard to imagine that it was the strange sound of Jin Ming's fists. Puff, outside the field, some of the weaker outer disciples spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Unable to bear the terrible pressure of the roar, they fled in panic. There was no doubt that Jin Ming's punch was capable of killing a First-Order Transcendent Realm Master or a First-Order Transcendent Realm Master with just one punch. As for most of the half-step masters, they would be blown to pieces. Just this seemingly ordinary punch was already more terrifying than Tuoba Shan's sure kill skill. Ling Xiao could dodge it, but he didn't. He wanted to completely destroy Jin Ming's most proud body, so that the deterrent effect would be even more amazing. God Prison King Fist, Bull's Head Smash, Horseface Smash, two fists, different moves. Ling Xiao knew his advantage very well. God Prison King Fist was definitely the best way to deal with Jin Ming. His punch, whether in terms of appearance or power, was not inferior to Jin Ming's mammoth impact. However, even so, he still focused on Jin Ming's weakest point. But Jin Ming was obviously not so easy to deal with. At the critical moment, he changed the direction of his attack slightly, which made Ling Xiao's attempt to attack his weak point fail. The two of them collided head-on with each other without any fancy moves. They were filled with power. Boom. Bang. The two terrifying forces collided, and an outer disciple's blood vessels burst because he was too close, bleeding profusely. More people covered their heads and had to distance themselves again. It was exciting to watch, but it was deadly. After a while, the two retreated at the same time. Ling Xiao floated up gently, retreated more than 10 meters, and finally stopped. He looked at Jin Ming coldly. On the other side, Jin Ming retreated more than 10 steps in a row with a surprised look on his face. Clearly, this was a well-matched collision. However, the one who was surprised was definitely Jin Ming, because he had judged that Ling Xiao had already consumed a great deal of true essence, so he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao as soon as he came up. If he did so, his reputation would only become even more resounding. His victory was even more shocking. This Ling Xiao is indeed extraordinary. He didn't even suffer a loss in a direct confrontation with a monster like Jin Ming. Jin Ming focuses on the body and is preparing to use his body's potential to become a transcendent. However, this Ling Xiao's movement technique is superb, and his body is also top-notch. Could it be that this guy has strong potential in all three aspects? I heard that he has a treasure body, but his three potentials are very balanced. Damn, this is a real monster. How does he have so much energy to raise three potential qualities at the same time? The collision this time caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. Those who hoped that Ling Xiao's previous efforts would be wasted and that he would be killed by Jin Ming were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Of course, Jin Ming was the most upset. From the time he was born, his parents had soaked his body in medicinal herbs, and he had always been walking in the direction of body tempering, although his aptitude was not as good as some of the other monstrous geniuses. By relying on his cultivation method, he was able to defeat a first-layer Transcendent Realm Master. However, today his attack had actually been blocked by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's physical fitness was actually not inferior to his. He was already 18 years old, but Ling Xiao was only 14 years old. This age gap made him feel uneasy. He always felt that compared to this monster, he was a little too stupid. This Jin Ming doesn't seem to be as stupid as he looks. His reaction speed and fighting skills are far superior to those three idiots. Ling Xiao stood there, carefully analyzing Jin Ming's fighting style. This was the first time someone had managed to dodge his attack. Interesting, too interesting. Fighting with such a person would make up for his weakness in fighting skills. He had never thought about what to do if someone saw through his weakness before. But today, he felt that he could comprehend something from this battle. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect your body to be so strong, but unfortunately, this is not my original form. Jin Ming looked at Ling Xiao, his expression gradually calming down. Although Ling Xiao had indeed given him a huge shock, it was not as if he did not have a trump card. Next, I will let you see a nightmare. It's not too late to regret it. I'm a very curious person. I really want to see what your so-called original form is. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. He also felt that Jin Ming's strength was not limited to this. After all, he had not used any of his trump cards yet. Good. Since you want to see, I'll fulfill your wish. I just hope you won't regret it after seeing it. Jin Ming sneered, his body suddenly glowing with a strange red light. His surroundings were blocked by this red light. Ling Xiao tentatively kicked a brick, which was instantly smashed to pieces. It seemed that this guy had long been on guard against others sneaking up on him, and had prepared this layer of defense. This defensive layer was very scary, but it could not take the initiative to attack, and it consumed a lot of energy. If Ling Xiao insisted on attacking, the loss would outweigh the gain. It was like the opponent had a hedgehog shell, but he could not move for the time being. If you attacked, you might be able to defeat the opponent, but you would definitely be severely injured. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not afraid of Jin Ming, and he wanted to use Jin Ming as a key to find out what he had missed. It would be a pity to defeat him just like that. Body of the wild beast. Following Jin Ming's roar, all the aura around his body suddenly converged and condensed on his body. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a ferocious beast. Jin Ming's body had undergone a huge change. The originally thin body had become a full 2 meters tall, and the muscles all over his body were tight, as if each of them had been tempered thousands of times, exuding the aura of a wild beast. Very strong indeed. This is your true strength. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and did not dare to be negligent. A golden luster appeared on his body, followed by a layer of dragon scales that seemed to be made of gold. In the face of a powerhouse, Ling Xiao would never underestimate his opponent. However, if Jin Ming's ability was limited to this, he really could not use his full strength. Just the sky dragon scale armor was enough. Mammoth trample. There was a loud bang. Jin Ming stomped on the ruins, and at the same time the loud bang sounded, smoke and dust flew all over the sky. On the ground, a shock wave condensed from true essence blasted towards Ling Xiao from below. Ling Xiao stomped his foot, and the shock wave stopped abruptly. However, his brows suddenly furrowed, because Jin Ming had disappeared. Chapter 309. Jin Ming's body suddenly disappeared. Novel, his aura also suddenly disappeared. The surrounding outer sect disciples all exclaimed in shock. In this situation, it was likely that only Transcendent Realm inner sect disciples, hall masters, and elders would be able to see what was happening. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Admittedly, his combat strength was extremely high. It could even be said that he was no worse than a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. However, the gap in cultivation still made it impossible for him to do many things. For example, even in the soul capture state, he still couldn't detect Jin Ming's existence. So, he simply gave up looking for this person, and instead prepared to fight back. Someone cried out in surprise. It turned out that he saw Jin Ming suddenly appear behind Ling Xiao and stomp on Ling Xiao's head with a ferocious mammoth-like attack. This kind of sudden attack was also very fast. If it were an ordinary half-step grandmaster or even a first-layer transcendent realm cultivator, they might not be able to block it, let alone dodge. Ling Xiao instantly judged that dodging was meaningless, so he stretched out his left hand and punched out. Since he couldn't dodge, he might as well meet force with force. At that moment, a look of surprise flashed across Jin Ming's eyes. Obviously, he thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to react in time, because the first-layer transcendent realm cultivators he had defeated before were unable to react in the face of his sudden attack. Asterisk Peng, Kacha, asterisk Ling, Zhao's left arm seemed to be broken, and his body was sent flying. However, even under such circumstances, Ling Xiao still maintained a very graceful posture as he landed in the distance. He didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. What terrifying strength! Ling Xiao looked at his left arm and saw that the heavenly dragon scale armor had been shattered along with his bones. Die for me! Jin Ming's body disappeared again. This move again. Ling Xiao couldn't help showing a sneer. With a crackling sound, the bones in his left arm had all healed. He didn't exchange his gold for spirit stones, so he had enough to use gold restoration. Although this was a move from the 9 transformation golden body technique, he had already selected it and turned it into a secret technique. As long as there was gold, broken limbs could be repaired. This was gold repair. The golden inscription suddenly disappeared and reappeared again. His attacks were still powerful. However, this time, Ling Xiao easily dodged it. Just now, he could only meet force with force because he didn't understand his opponent's attack. But now, he had seen through the flaw of this move. Not to mention this time, even if it were 10 times or even a dozen times, Jin Ming would not be able to attack him again. After all, his movement technique was much stronger than Jin Ming's. Cloud Dragon Godly Travel. He was elusive. Coupled with his understanding of the mysteries of formations, he only needed to consume a small amount of true essence to take some very subtle steps. Jin Ming couldn't figure it out. Jin Ming seemed to be stunned for a moment, thinking it was an accident. He felt that his speed would be greatly improved in the case of the beast body, and it was a sudden attack. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it, so he launched several attacks in a row. However, Ling Xiao dodged every time, and each time was easier than the last. It even seemed that there was a possibility of a counterattack. Jin Ming's judgment was not an illusion. Ling Xiao was dodging, and at the same time looking for Jin Ming's flaw. Although this guy's beast body was as terrifying as the mammoth, it was only a martial art after all, and its level was even lower than the Sky Dragon Golden Body. However, Jin Ming had been practicing this set of defensive martial art for a long time, so he had already cultivated it to the perfection stage. Purely in terms of performance, it was stronger than the current Sky Dragon Golden Body. Under the state of soul imprint, the analysis ability of the Mountain River Martial Spirit was operating rapidly. Ling Xiao realized that Jin Ming definitely didn't just cultivate the mad beast body. There was actually a trace of mammoth blood flowing in his body. He even awakened some mammoth cells like him. It was just that this guy's awakening was unconscious and relatively few, only 2 cells. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had awakened 30 golden dragon cells. Of course, the first awakening of the cells was only in the infant body. The golden dragon and mammoth in the cells were like newborn babies. Although not many cells had awakened, Jin Ming had perfectly integrated the mammoth blood with his body, which had greatly improved his physical fitness. It seemed that Jin Ming would be able to step into the transcendent realm in a month or 2. What a pity. If you didn't offend me, Ling Xiao, you wouldn't have died today. Ling Xiao couldn't find the weakness of the beast body. It could be said that this beast body was full of weaknesses, but there were no weaknesses. The key to the problem was whether the attacker had enough strength to break through this terrible defense. If he could, the beast body would be meaningless, and it wouldn't even be comparable to ordinary offensive martial skills. Bastard, you're running around like a rabbit. Jin Ming had been attacking for a long time without success, and he had consumed a lot of energy, so he stopped attacking, and while breathing heavily, he stared at Ling Xiao as if he was thinking of a new way to fix Ling Xiao there. Otherwise, the opponent's movement was too amazing, and he couldn't attack at all. It was too difficult to deal with. Tired, Ling Xiao still said casually. His left arm had been completely repaired, and only that part of his clothes was a little damaged. Don't tell me you're not tired at all. Jin Ming absolutely didn't believe that Ling Xiao didn't feel tired at all after dodging his attacks again and again. It was impossible. Haha, tired or not, you'll know after you try. Ling Xiao suddenly launched an attack. Although his arm had been repaired, he had experienced pain before, and he had to let Jin Ming have a taste of this pain. Divine Hell King Fist, Impermanence Twist, Ghost King Destruction, two fists again. It was another attack that had reached a terrifying level of power. Bang! Jin Ming didn't move. He just stood there, letting Ling Xiao's fists hit his body. However, when the two fists landed on his body, it was as if they had landed on a mammoth. Not only was there no effect, but Ling Xiao was also sent flying by a rebounding force. He landed 100 feet away. Ha 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 ha, are you tickling me? Jin Ming asked with a disdainful smile. Well, his defense is indeed stronger than mine. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although this guy's body was not as strong as the Archean demonic mammoth, it was still terrifying enough. It seemed that the destructive power of the divine Hell King Fist alone couldn't break this defense. However, his attack was not in vain. The seemingly useless attack was actually going according to his plan. Mammoth absorbs water. Suddenly, Jin Ming aimed his hands at Ling Xiao, and like the trunk of a mammoth, a huge suction force was produced. Chapter 310. Facing Ling Xiao, Jin Ming had no choice but to use 120% of his energy and use all of his strength. Novel. La. Otherwise, he knew that it was impossible for him to win. Ling Xiao felt that his body was being dragged by something and flew towards Jin Ming's hands. This move is interesting. When others were exclaiming, he was still in the mood to evaluate this move. Mammoth water spray. Suction and water spray were originally two moves used in combination. Suction could forcibly suck the enemy to one's side. Of course, the prerequisite was that one's true essence must be strong. Otherwise, it really could not be done. Water spray could condense the true essence to a point and directly blast the enemy out. The lethality was terrifying, even more powerful than Mammoth Impact and Mammoth Trample. Ling Xiao could feel that Jin Ming's true essence condensed on his fists. That terrifying power even attracted the surrounding air, forming a small vortex. This was not a joke. Even if he did not experience it, Ling Xiao knew that this attack was very powerful. 9 demons divine are demonization on the basis of the heavenly dragon golden body. Ling Xiao's body began to rapidly demonize, and a layer of dark energy barrier appeared on his body. Boom! The power of Jin Ming's fists poured out completely in the situation of close proximity. First, the heavenly dragon scale armor began to shatter. Then, the Demon King's demonized body also began to fall apart. Ling Xiao felt as if his body had been hit by a mountain moving at high speed. His body flew out more than 100 feet away, and then somersaulted a few times in the air before finally landing on the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Ting tung tung. Although Jin Ming took the initiative to attack, Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor had a rebound effect. Therefore, after he blasted Ling Xiao away, he himself also retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row. He felt his qi and blood churning and was very uncomfortable. His expression became extremely unsightly. In fact, it was understandable. Originally, he thought that such a sudden attack would be enough to completely kill Ling Xiao. However, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao seemed to have only suffered some minor injuries and was not in a serious condition at all. Not only that, but what he could not accept the most was that he had heard that Ling Xiao was actually an expert in swordsmanship. But until now, Ling Xiao had not even drawn his sword when facing him. Fear began to grow in the depths of his heart. He felt uneasy. In fact, this was very normal. When you attacked an opponent with all your strength, you would find that the opponent could always easily dissolve your attack. Not only that, but this opponent had yet to use his true attack method. Whoosh! The ice dragon sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hands, flashing with a dense cold light. This was his first time using a treasure-grade weapon, and he felt that it was indeed much stronger than a fine-grade or mortal-grade weapon. Although I don't like you, you've played with me for so long. Let me use my sword to send you out of this world. I'll give you some face. With the treasure in his hand, Ling Xiao's aura suddenly changed. If it was said that he was like a Vajra with a strong defense before, then, at this moment, he was more like an unsheathed sharp sword. Cold light shot out in all directions, and killing intent soared to the sky. Gu, Jinming swallowed his saliva. Although he wanted to refute, he couldn't. The strength of his opponent was definitely beyond his expectations. It seemed that he really couldn't hold back in the slightest. He took a deep breath, and a pair of shining gloves appeared on his hands. Without a doubt, from the aura, this was also a treasure-grade treasure. In terms of martial tools, both sides were of the same grade. Whoever won or lost would completely depend on their performance and their own strength. At the top floor of the Desperation Tower, the two people who were fighting temporarily stopped and took out their weapons. On one side was the ice dragon sword. On the other side was the ivory gloves. Downstairs, the onlookers were all indescribably surprised. From the start of the battle until now, although Ling Xiao was also injured, it was obvious that he was not suppressed by Jinming. On the contrary, he even faintly held the advantage. Especially after receiving Jinming's terrifying series of attacks, he actually only spat out a mouthful of blood. This was simply a true monster. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. He actually has the strength to match Jinming's Qi Gu. Nonsense. Jinming hasn't used his full strength yet. He should only be using about 80% of his strength. You're the one talking nonsense. Didn't you see that Ling Xiao had only just drawn his sword until now? His most terrifying thing is his sword technique. That's right, I always have an illusion that Ling Xiao is still preserving his strength. Impossible. Then how strong is he? Could it be that he is already a transcendent realm martial artist, but his cultivation seems to be only at the peak of the 8th level martial vein, right? I keep feeling that something is wrong. The moment he attacks and defends, there seems to be the aura of the peak 9th level martial vein, but I don't know if it's his aura. Haha, what you said is possible. When Ling Xiao entered the sect, he was only at the late 8th level martial vein. It has only been a month. Even if he is a genius, it would be good if he could advance to the early 9th level martial vein. Peak 9th level martial vein. What a joke. I also think it's impossible. Many martial artists at the peak of the 9th level martial vein have died in the Desperation Tower. It's very likely that it's the remnant aura. No matter how the crowd discussed, their opinion of Ling Xiao had already changed. Ling Xiao's strength had already been automatically classified by them as the top 3 in the outer sect. Originally, they thought that he was stupid and ignorant to court death, but it had become a dazzling performance. From the beginning until now, The two people in the Desperation Tower had only exchanged 7 or 8 moves, but it was obvious that they had both gained and lost. But the next step was the key. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Ice Heart. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow. After the 4th move, Ice Heart was the first move, Flying Snow. Ling Zhao's martial soul quickly changed. A dark cloud shrouded the top of his head. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and snowflakes fell from the dark cloud. He slowly raised the ice dragon sword in his hand. It seemed like an inadvertent movement, but it gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. Jin Ming even felt his movements become sluggish and stiff. On the sword blade, ice-cold true essence condensed rapidly. This sword was as fast as lightning. The sword trembled like a dancing snowflake. However, the gentle snowflakes were like a deadly weapon that took away lives. It seemed like it could completely reap all life. What was even stranger was that Ling Xiao seemed to have integrated into the whole of nature as he stood there. That kind of powerful force made people feel incomparably terrified. This kid actually comprehended the use of force. Yuan Venerate's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. The so-called force was a very high-level method of using martial techniques. It could borrow the momentum of nature to increase the power and aura of one's moves several times and become very terrifying. Some people could borrow the force of the mountain. Some people could borrow the force of the wind. Some people could borrow the force of the terrain. Chapter 3:11. Force was not something that could be learned. It could only be comprehended through constant battles. In other words, it depended on one's comprehension ability. Ling Zhao's momentum was only the most basic form of borrowing momentum. He borrowed the momentum of the snowy sky to make his sword faster and fiercer, giving his opponent more pressure. But this already gave him a huge advantage, because his opponent was not looking at him as a person, but as a violent snowstorm. I can only borrow 10% of it. Ling Xiao sighed. He had only comprehended the use of momentum after coming to the Yuehua school. Although he had occasionally used it before, it was unconsciously. Now that he was actively using it, it was naturally easier to master. Ice Heart and Flying Snow were already terrifying enough. Now, with the addition of 10% of momentum, this move was obviously more powerful. Although many people in the audience had seen this move of Ling Zhao's, they all had the same feeling. This move was several times more powerful than before. Mammoth's desperate move. This move contained the characteristics of Mammoth Impact, Mammoth Stomp, and Mammoth Spray, just like its name. This was a move of desperate move. Jin Ming knew that he could not be kind today. So even if he died, he would drag Ling Xiao down with him. The terrifying power expanded again. The ruins around him kept exploding. That was the result of his uncontrollable vital essence. The reason why he used Desperate Move was that he could not control it. It would hurt others and himself. It was a way of dying together. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion. Two terrifying forces collided in the air. A sword, a pair of fists. At the moment of collision, the ruins where the two were standing exploded again and sank a lot. Their bodies fell almost at the same time. Smoke and dust filled the sky, except for the warriors with better eyesight and strength who could barely see what was going on. The rest of the people were scratching their ears and cheeks anxiously. At the critical moment, they could not see the battle. It was simply too uncomfortable. Drip, drip, drip. It was the sound of blood dripping. Only martial artists with excellent hearing would be able to hear such a sound. The smoke and dust finally dispersed. Ling Xiao was the first to appear. He floated in midair. The sword in his hand still pointed at Jin Ming. Blood dripped from the sword. However, there was not a single wound on his body. Looking at Jin Ming again, he was in a sorry state. There were many cracks on his body. Even though his body's regenerative abilities were terrifying, These wounds seemed to have been invaded by some special energy. No matter how hard he tried, they couldn't heal completely. The blood continued to flow. If this continued, Ling Xiao wouldn't even need to attack. He only needed to avoid Jin Ming's attacks, and Jin Ming would die from blood loss. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Jin Ming, the outer sect's third strongest master, who was known for his defensive prowess and had once defeated 2 first-order Transcendent Realm Masters, was now in such a sorry state. The powerful defense that he was so proud of was broken just like that. From today onwards, Ling Xiao will become the strongest person in the outer sect. Elder Bai looked at the young man excitedly. No matter what, this young man was accepted into the Yuehua school by him. The young man's outstanding performance was beyond his expectations. However, this was a good thing, and he should be happy. Elder Bai, you're wrong. Jin Ming is only ranked 3rd in the outer court. There are still 2 people ranked 1st and 2nd above him, especially Wang Feng, who is ranked 1st. He has never lost to Jin Ming. Elder Black disliked Ling Xiao very much. Seeing this young man's outstanding performance, he had the evil thought of destroying him. Elder Black, what you said is ridiculous. Elder Bai said coldly, you should have seen the battle between Wang Feng and Jin Ming. Wang Feng's movement technique is the best in the outer sect. Of course, this was before Ling Xiao appeared. The reason why he could beat Jin Ming was because of his movement technique. He kept dodging, which exhausted Jin Ming and forced him to admit defeat. There's also that kid who's ranked 2nd. He's not even worth mentioning because he's relying on an immortal grade artifact. Without that, he wouldn't be a match for Jin Ming. Ling Xiao's movement technique is stronger than Wang Feng's, and his attack power is not even weaker than the 2nd kid, who possesses an immortal grade artifact. After all, that kid was not able to put Jin Ming in such a sorry state. But Ling Xiao did it. Elder Black snorted. Humph, what's the point of you saying so much? In any case, the young people nowadays don't admit defeat. As long as he, Ling Xiao, doesn't defeat Wang Feng and the 2nd-ranked youth, he can't be said to be the strongest in the outer sect. It's because you've been blinded by wealth that you judge the problem against your conscience. Elder Bai said coldly. He was too lazy to continue explaining. As long as it wasn't someone who had enmity with Ling Xiao, after seeing today's battle, they wouldn't doubt Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. While the 2 of them were talking, the situation upstairs changed again. Ling Xiao actually kept the ice dragon sword. How hateful! You want me to bleed to death? Jin Ming roared angrily. His defeat was set in stone. It was only a matter of time. If Ling Xiao chose to continue dodging and tire him to death, then he really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Tired to death? You really didn't notice. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, do you think that my previous attack didn't hurt your body and had no effect? Once the damage to the soul accumulates to a certain extent, it can still be fatal. So right now, I only need 1 punch to kill you. Divine Prison King Fist, Soul Snatching. Soul Snatching was a pure soul attack. It did not cause any damage to the body, but it could trigger all the accumulated damage in the soul. Ling Xiao had used the Divine Prison King Fist to fight with Jin Ming because he knew that although Jin Ming's body was strong, his soul wasn't that strong. However, not being strong did not mean that he was weak. After all, this fellow was someone who possessed a complete martial spirit. His soul was still much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's. Furthermore, the mammoth blood seemed to have wrapped around this fellow's soul with a layer of blood-red membrane. Just relying on a single soul snatching was not enough. Only when the damage had accumulated to a certain extent would soul snatching be able to decide the outcome of the battle. Why didn't he just use the Snow Lotus sword art to kill Jin Ming? Because he couldn't. Jin Ming's body was too strong. The combination of flying snow and ice heart was already Ling Xiao's fastest and most destructive move. However, it was only able to heavily injure the opponent. If he used the same move again, the effect would be about the same. It really didn't make much sense. As for soul snatching, it could kill Jin Ming cleanly and without any hidden dangers. In that instant, Jin Ming felt a huge roar in his head, as if someone had rung a large bell in his head. Then, his expression gradually became sluggish. His eyes gradually became dull. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. Bang! Chapter 3:12. Ling Xiao took advantage of the smoke to collect Jin Ming's martial spirit, the mammoth martial spirit. This was another animal-type martial spirit, but it belonged to the immemorial demonic beast series. If this kind of martial spirit was sold outside, it should be very expensive. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then gave this thing to the Thunder Bear martial spirit to devour. The effect of devouring a martial spirit of the same type was better. In just an instant, the Thunder Bear martial spirit was promoted from a transparent body to an illusory body, and it even faintly had the aura of an immemorial demonic beast. This was an unexpected discovery. It turned out that not only could some martial spirit characteristics be obtained by fusing, even devouring would occasionally leave behind some advantageous characteristics. At this point, Ling Xiao's illusory martial spirit had become three: the Dark Cloud martial spirit, the Blood Shadow martial spirit, and the Thunder Bear martial spirit. As for the Ghost Ship martial spirit and the Giant Sword martial spirit, they were still in the transparent body stage of the complete soul. Transparent body, illusory body, and solid body. A newly formed complete martial spirit only had these three stages. However, it would be stronger as it went up. Reporting to the Tower Master, Jin Ming is dead. After checking Jin Ming's situation, the guard of the Desperation Tower reported to the Tower Master. Dead. Could it be that Ling Xiao used a soul attack? It's really possible. This kid's soul, body, and internal force are all well developed. It's too terrifying. Hearing that Jin Ming was dead, the arena immediately fell into chaos. Jin Ming died, just like that, which many outer sect disciples couldn't accept and couldn't understand. It was as if they had suddenly woken up from a strange dream. Congratulations to Ling Xiao for winning all 4 death challenges today. He will receive a special reward. They couldn't see the Tower Master's expression under the ghost mask, but many people thought that he should be smiling. Special reward. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Previously, when he proposed the death challenge, the guard at the Desperation Tower said that there was no reward for this challenge. You may be wondering why there is a reward. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower laughed. Because I'm happy today. This was probably the willfulness of an expert. Just because he was happy, he made such a promise. Ling Xiao, come to the Tower of Death by yourself tomorrow night. I will tell you what the reward is. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. After saying that, he actually leaped and disappeared into the mountains in an instant. She was truly capricious. She came and went as she pleased. However, after he left, everyone's attention was once again placed on Ling Xiao. He had killed 4 people in one battle. Moreover, all of them were once or were currently ranked in the top 10 of the outer gate. After this incident, Ling Xiao's fierceness could be considered to have been completely formed in the outer sanctum. An elusive movement technique, an incomparably powerful defense, and a terrifying soul force. This fellow is too frightening. Under the transcendent realm, he was invincible. No, I'm afraid even a first-order transcendent realm cultivator may not be his opponent. Elderbai's expression was agitated. Although this kind of strength was nothing to him, it was definitely a piece of unpolished jade. As long as he polished it slightly, It could be polished into the most outstanding gem in the world. There was nothing that could make him happier than cultivating a genius martial artist. After all, as an outer sanctum elder, he was engaged in such things. The world of sex was very big, much bigger than the secular world. Although the Yuehua school was one of the 12 sects, it was only in the human race's sacred dynasty. There were more than 10 million terrifying sects on the heavenly dragon continent. If one wanted to gain a foothold in such a world, it would be impossible without the appearance of a genius with outstanding potential. After all, the older generation was old and might even be abandoned by time. Only these young people were the future. Do you think Ling Xiao can beat Wang Feng? It's hard to say. Wang Feng, who is ranked first, has been in seclusion these days. It has already been 3 months. Who knows how much his strength has improved? Yes, based on his past strength, Wang Feng shouldn't be Ling Xiao's opponent. What about Jian Xing, who is ranked second? Oh, he's also a good swordsman. It's said that he has an immortal grade artifact in his hand. It's extremely sharp. His strength is not inferior to Jin Ming's. He once killed a transcendent realm first-level cultivator during a mission. From the looks of it, the top 3 are still monsters. Ling Xiao may not be a match for them. After the death challenge, Ling Xiao's ranking became the focus of discussion among the outer sanctum disciples. Ling Xiao, there is no enmity between us, so I don't want to fight you to the death. But your strength really excites me. Come and challenge me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. It's Jian Xing, who is ranked second in the outer sanctum. They both use swords. Who is stronger? It should be Jian Xing. After all, he has an immortal grade artifact sword. I think it's Ling Xiao. Weapons are only part of one's strength. Ling Xiao's combat ability is stronger than Jian Xing's. Shut up. We'll know who's stronger after the battle. Stop talking nonsense. Jian Xing unsheathed his sword, and the outer sanctum disciples immediately shut their mouths. Why waste time? Since everyone is here today, let's decide the outcome with a single sword. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from the top of the Desperation Tower. When he reappeared, his finger was pressed on Jian Xing's forehead. If this is a sword, you're already dead. Jian Xing was sweating profusely. His originally fair skin instantly turned deathly pale. I lost. I admit that you're stronger than me. If he wanted his opponent to admit defeat, he had to show his strength. Any nonsense was useless. Jian Xing was actually not inferior to Jin Ming. However, he did not have Jin Ming's defense. For Ling Xiao, this kind of enemy was easier to deal with. He could kill him with a single sword strike. Through the battle with Jin Ming, not only did he have a lot of insights, his martial skill attainments were more refined, and even his cultivation had broken through to the half-step master level. This sword strike was stronger than the flying snow he used to deal with Jin Ming. It was just that he used his finger. He lost in a single move. Isn't Ling Xiao a little too scary? I'm afraid that Wang Feng, who is ranked first, is no match for him. Boom. Just when everyone was surprised that Ling Xiao used his finger as a sword to defeat Jian Xing in a single move, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky above the outer sanctum. Someone broke through. That's Wang Feng's cave mansion. Wang Feng broke through to the transcendent realm. In other words, Ling Xiao is now the well-deserved #1 in the outer sanctum, right? What a pity. I wanted to see who was the #1 in the outer sanctum, but now there's no other way. Transcendent realm. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He had only joined the sect for a month, and someone had broken through to the transcendent realm, although Wang Feng was originally the #1 in the outer sanctum. Chapter 3:13. Asterisk so. Asterisk a white light fell among the crowd. La young man in white stood there, staring coldly at Ling Xiao. It's Wang Feng. Yes, it's the first-ranked Wang Feng. He really broke through to the transcendent realm. His aura is so strong. He's only 18 years old. How amazing! Once a quasi-inner sect disciple breaks through to the transcendent realm, he can directly enter the inner sect and become an official inner sect disciple. How enviable! But why do I feel like he has some hostility towards Ling Xiao? It's not just a feeling, it's true. You don't know, but Wang Feng and Jin Ming are sworn brothers. The two of them once worked together to kill a second-layer transcendent realm cultivator when they were out on a mission. Not many people know about this. Even so, he has now been promoted to the inner sect. He can't attack an outer sect disciple, right? That's true. That being said, many people still looked at Ling Xiao with some worry. Guard, can I issue a death challenge to Ling Xiao? Wang Feng ignored what these people said and turned his head to the guard of the Desperation Tower and asked, Of course you can, but Ling Xiao has to agree. The guard of the Desperation Tower looked at Ling Xiao. I don't accept. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Coward! Wang Feng thought that Ling Xiao was an impulsive person, and that Ling Xiao would accept his challenge regardless of the consequences. But now it seemed that Ling Xiao was smarter than he thought. Ha! I'm only at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. You, a transcendent realm cultivator, have the nerve to issue a death challenge to me and call me a coward? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Wang Feng, you can't issue a death challenge, but you can issue a battle of revenge. Elder He suddenly said, In the outer sect, a battle of revenge cannot be refused. It can only be postponed for no more than 3 days. Of course, there is a requirement for this battle of revenge. Your opponent must be your enemy, or the enemy of someone close to you who has gone through life and death with you. That's right, a battle of revenge. Wang Feng's face lit up with joy as he said, Ling Xiao, I declare war of vengeance against you. Wang Feng, you've already been promoted to the inner sect, so you're not allowed to fight with outer sect disciples. This is also the sect's rule. Elder Bai could not help but ask. He really didn't want to see an outer sect genius being destroyed like this. Killing was allowed in a battle of revenge. Of course, the condition was that one's best friend or someone close to you was killed by the other party. Since Ling Xiao had killed Jin Ming, he obviously met this condition. This was troublesome. Elder Bai, you must be joking. Although Wang Feng has broken through to the transcendent realm, he hasn't registered with the inner sect yet, so he isn't an inner sect disciple. Naturally, he can launch a battle for revenge. Or are you trying to shelter that little brat? Elder He sneered. Lan Yuer was about to speak at this time, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Wang Feng, I don't want to have a life or death battle with you, because I know I can't kill you. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Feng and said lightly, but with your ability, it's impossible for you to kill me. It's just a waste of time. However, since you want to make a fool of yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll accept your battle of revenge. You don't need to go anywhere else. Just do it here. Ling Xiao was not even afraid of He Su. So how could he be afraid of Wang Feng, who had just broken through to the transcendent realm? He simply felt that such a battle was a waste of time. But now that the other party was being aggressive, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Since you don't need time to rest, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Feng jumped directly onto the Desperation Tower. This was a place for death challenges, but it was also a place for a battle of revenge. In any case, it was a life or death battle. Ling Xiao also leaped onto the Desperation Tower. His gaze slowly turned towards Wang Feng as he said, Originally, you were ranked first in the outer sanctum. You could have used your status to be promoted to the inner sanctum. This is also considered a great honor. However, you should never have come to find trouble with me. Today, I will use my strength to shatter your hypocritical honor. Ling Xiao did not intend to hide his cultivation level in front of Wang Feng. After all, he could not hide it. He had thought about it. He now had Yuan Venerates, Yang Danlin, and Lan Yuer as his backers. He had outstanding talent in alchemy. If his talent was outstanding, he might attract the attention of the flame deity, but at the same time, he would also attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Yuehua school. Geniuses were strictly protected in any sect. He did not believe that the flame deity could overturn the Yuehua school. Boom! His aura suddenly soared, and Ling Xiao released his own Zhen Yuan aura without any scruples. Oh my God, this guy really hit his strength. The peak of the 9th level martial vein. No, this is the aura of a half-step master. How is that possible? He was only at the peak of the 8th level martial vein when he first entered the sect. How could his cultivation be so fast? Ling Xiao did not care about the discussions of others. His mind was now focused on this battle. With the ice dragon sword in hand, he felt very confident. Because he had just comprehended the use of force, he wanted to try it again. He could not let that feeling slip through his fingers. Humph! Although your aura is strong, it should only be 20% of a half-step master's cultivation level. Today, I will show you what it means to be a transcendent. Wind and thunder palm. Wang Feng did not move his body, but his right palm had already struck out. A terrifying aura suddenly shot out from the void. A huge true essence hand wrapped in wind and thunder broke through the air and went straight for Ling Xiao's vital points. Is this the attack of a transcendent? I wonder if Ling Xiao can block it. Ling Xiao quickly answered this question. Break for me. Ling Xiao's face was indifferent. The ice dragon sword pierced the weakest part of the true essence hand like a poisonous dragon. Pa! With a crisp sound, the terrifying true essence hand immediately shattered and dissipated. Oh, I didn't expect you to know how to attack flaws. Wang Feng had never met Ling Xiao before, so he knew almost nothing about Ling Xiao. After all, when Ling Xiao joined the Yuehua school, he was in seclusion and had just come out. So what? Let's see how you break my wind and thunder consecutive palms. Wang Feng roared and struck out with his palms. More than a dozen true essence hands wrapped in wind and thunder shot out in succession. And this was not a simple continuous attack, but a series of attacks. The latter palm could automatically change the effect of the previous palm. This kind of control of true essence was really amazing. No wonder you are the #1 in the outer sect. Your methods are really outstanding. Unfortunately, you are facing me. Break for me. Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword shook. The second style of the snow lotus sword art, melting water, was displayed. This move could be used both offensively and defensively, and it had a large range. It was especially used to break this kind of chain or group attack. Chapter 314. Ling Xiao's current situation was a little special. Le was as if his body was enveloped by the lake water, and the lake water was as sharp and lethal as a blade. But any attacks that approached Ling Xiao were all directly minced to pieces. In an instant, the chain of wind and thunder palms were shattered and disappeared. However, the attack was not over yet. The water flow changed from the shape of a ring to that of a long river, turning into a water dragon that roared and pounced on Wang Feng. Ling Xiao finally fought back. Wang Feng was astounded by the sight. He had never expected that even though he was a transcendent, he would not be able to end the battle quickly. Instead, he gave Ling Xiao a chance to fight back. He could feel that the power of this melting water technique was very terrifying. What shocked him the most was the phantom of the ghost ship that appeared behind Ling Xiao. The ghost ship sailed on the long river made of melting water, and it cooperated perfectly. Well, I'll call this move Ghost Ship Crossing the River from now on. It's stronger than pure melting water technique. After all, it's a move that's integrated with my martial soul. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He had used Ghost Ship Crossing before, so this time he suddenly had the idea to combine the two moves. He did not expect it to be so smooth, and the performance was particularly amazing. Seeing the ferocious water dragon coming with the ghost ship, Wang Feng felt a sharp pain all over his body before the sword qi even hit him. His physique wasn't as strong as Jin Ming's, and although he had broken through to the transcendent realm, his physical strength was far inferior to Ling Xiao's and Jin Ming's. He had broken through using his internal qi, not his physical body. A strong killing intent appeared in Wang Feng's eyes. If he simply wanted to avenge Jin Ming before, then now he wanted to strangle Ling Xiao in the cradle as soon as possible. He could feel a great threat from Ling Xiao, which made him very uncomfortable and unbearable. Break! Wang Feng roared, and his true qi began to go berserk. Gusts of wind enveloped his body. His palms were actually absorbing these gusts of wind. A glaring ball of light formed between his palms. The surrounding airflow was swept up in an instant, then crushed and integrated into the palm. I didn't expect you to also practice the art of wind and cloud. It's just that you're much stronger than Yang Cheng. They were both using the art of wind and cloud, but Wang Feng's boldness and power far surpassed Yang Cheng's. That's right, this is the art of wind and cloud, but it's only at the transcendent stage. Wang Feng roared, and the ball between his palms shot out. It directly destroyed the seam made of water, and even the ghost ship exploded into pieces. Worthy of having broken through to the transcendent realm, the quality of his true qi far surpassed Ling Xiao's, and even surpassed Ling Xiao's sky dragon true qi. After the ball destroyed the melted water and ghost ship, it continued to move forward and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about this thing at all. Snow Lotus Sword Art's third style, congealing water. Ling Xiao's sword momentum suddenly changed. The melted water turned into congealed water, and the torrential river water that had been scattered instantly froze. The ball was also wrapped in the cold air and became slower and slower. In the end, it fell to the ground and turned into a ball of ice. However, the sword momentum did not stop because of this. Ling Xiao counterattacked again. As the ice dragon sword trembled, the martial spirit behind him changed again. The shadow of the blood shadow martial spirit suddenly appeared. His sword moves suddenly became strange and unpredictable. The ice that condensed in the air was like a sharp blade, attacking Wang Feng from different angles. Wang Feng frowned slightly. He was not afraid of these sword moves. His palms continuously struck out, causing a gust of wind to wreak havoc around his body. Thunder rumbled, and the ice shattered. However, Ling Xiao's killing move was not this move. Ice Heart Terrifying Finger. Ling Xiao, who was holding the sword in his right hand, pointed at Wang Feng with his left hand. Terrifying soul force condensed into a single point. It looked so thin that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, and a ray of light shot out from the congealed water. Uffed. Wang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were dazed for a short moment. Kill. Ling Xiao knew very well that this move of his had succeeded because his opponent did not understand him at all. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have such an easy time the next time they fought. Stop, you vile being! At that moment, an earth-shattering pressure descended from the sky. Ling Xiao felt his entire body stiffen instantly. He was unable to move at all. This terrifying pressure was accompanied by a ball of fire. The flame deity Ling Xiao had not expected that he would be so lucky as to make the flame deity attack him personally. How dare you, Mo Yen? Yang Danlin broke through the air. His cultivation base was not as good as Mo Yan's, but the Yuan venerate on his shoulder was not inferior to Mo Yan's. When the two terrifying auras collided, Ling Xiao was finally able to catch his breath. However, he had also missed the best opportunity to kill Wang Feng. Old Hall Master Yang. This brat killed 4 Yuehua school disciples in one day and is still not satisfied. He wants to kill Wang Feng, who has just advanced and is still unstable. He is simply vicious. Leaving him alive will only bring disaster. By the time the flame deity appeared, He Suo had already rescued Wang Feng. He. Don't take me for a fool. You are really a vicious dog that bites first. A death challenge is a matter of life and death, so you deserve to die. Wang Feng actually took advantage of the situation and started a battle for revenge. If he killed Ling Xiao, I'm afraid you wouldn't even let out a fart. Why are you pretending to be a senior now? Yang Danlin did not give the flame deity any face at all. Yang Danlin, are you really going to protect that brat? The flame deity asked coldly. So what if I protect him? If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over this old man's dead body first. Yang Danlin looked coldly at the flame deity, not backing down. Ha ha ha, good. I'll give you face. Empyrean Demon Flame laughed heartily. He came quickly and left quickly, vanishing without a trace. Wang Feng was also taken away by He Suo and the others. Although they were extremely unhappy, what could they do? Wait, Ling Xiao actually defeated Wang Feng, who has just advanced to the transcendent realm. Then he is fully deserving of the title of number 1 in the outer sect. Yes, Wang Feng was not Ling Xiao's opponent when he advanced to the transcendent realm. Then, when he was just a half-step grandmaster, he was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. All the outer sect disciples were shocked. They looked at Ling Xiao with horror, fear, and a little respect. After all, a new disciple could defeat the number 1 master in the outer sect in just a month. He was fully deserving of being number 1. Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd, was killed by Ling Xiao. Jian Xing, who was ranked 2nd, was forced to admit defeat by Ling Xiao in one move. Wang Feng, who was ranked 1st, needed the flame deity's help to save his life. If Ling Xiao was not the number 1, who deserved to be called number 1? So, Chapter 315, Dai Yuling bitterly smiled and said, "Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, I would have become a great sinner of the sect." Although her words were simple, she was grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of her heart. Today's battle was initiated for her sake. Lan Yu's beautiful eyes wandered as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. She was once an outstanding genius of the sect. Therefore, she was somewhat lazy in her cultivation. Otherwise, she would have already advanced to the heaven realm. However, after seeing Ling Xiao, she realized that her efforts were far from enough. If she continued to slack off, she would be easily surpassed by this brat. Northern Han's princess, Zhao Xi's mouth was wide open in shock. She could not understand why the heavens were so unfair, allowing this cruel fellow's strength to rise so quickly. Northern Han's prince, Zhao, she could only bitterly smile and shake his head. He was very glad that he did not challenge Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have been defeated even more miserably. When he had first entered the sect, he had wanted to dominate the outer sect and suppress everyone. In the end, there was Lung Hao. Now, there was Ling Xiao. Lung Hao only had outstanding talent and was valued by the Golden Light exalted celestial. However, this Ling Xiao's talent was inferior to his but his cultivation and strength far surpassed his, causing him to feel frustrated. He felt that he could not see through this junior brother of his who entered the Yuehua school at the same time as him. Elder Black, what do you think? Is Ling Xiao worthy of being called number one in the outer court? Elder White proudly looked at Elder Black, who had an unsightly expression, and said, "Humph, being number one in the outer court is not so easy. The top 3 are inferior to him, but there are others in the top 10. There are more than 1,000 outer court disciples. There might not be no one who dares not challenge him." Elder Black coldly snorted. "Hee, what you said is a matter for the future. Ling Xiao defeated Wang Feng and is now number one in the outer court. Who dares to not accept it?" Elder White laughed happily. In the past, Elder Black used the flame deity's power to ridicule him in every possible way. Today, his anger was completely vented. It was not entirely true that Ling Xiao did not have the title of number one in the accident door. After all, the number one outer sect disciple would receive better resources and treatment than all the other outer sect disciples. As a result, Ling Xiao obtained a new cave residence that day. The location of this immortal's cave was better, and the spirit chi was more abundant. Moreover, the monthly salary he could receive was already more than all the outer sect disciples. Compared to the outer sect disciples who were ranked below the 30th place, the rewards were 30 times more. Not only that, when Ling Xiao met the Tower Master that night, the other party also gave him the promised reward. "Ling Xiao, I'm very satisfied with your performance in the Desperation Tower, so I can give you a chance. Go to the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower and choose a rare gold tier martial art. There are no restrictions on the type. It doesn't matter when you choose, but you can't stay in the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower for more than an hour." A rare gold grade martial art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a smile. His inner force cultivation method, Snow Lotus Truth, was still a quasi-gold grade martial art. It could not keep up with his current cultivation, so it was imperative that he choose a gold grade inner force cultivation method. Ling Xiao already had a gold grade defensive martial art, Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, and a rare gold grade sword technique, Snow Lotus Sword Technique. Therefore, he was very clear in his heart how big the gap between gold grade martial arts was, not to mention quasi-gold grade martial arts and gold grade martial arts. Even if it was a gold grade entry-level martial art and a rare gold grade martial art, there was a difference between heaven and earth. In the Yuehua school, outer sect disciples could only obtain gold grade entry-level martial arts, while inner sect disciples were qualified to learn rare gold grade martial arts. Therefore, to an outer sect disciple like him, he knew better than anyone how precious this opportunity was. This is the special entrance token of the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower. It can only be used once, so treasure it well. After giving Ling Xiao the token, the Desperation Tower Master let Ling Xiao leave. Even though Ling Xiao felt that the aura of the Desperation Tower Master was very familiar, he still did not dare confirm it. Some things could be life-threatening once he confirmed it. If this person was really the person he was familiar with, he would have taken the initiative to tell Luo Yunyang his identity. There was no need to worry about this. After returning to his new cave abode, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to choose a martial art. He wanted to make sure that he was in peak condition. After all, he only had an hour. If he was not in good condition, it would be very troublesome. Of course, while he was recovering, he did not forget the task that the Yuan Venerate had given him. Refine the fire snake array. In addition to his inner force cultivation method, he was also looking forward to cultivating in the vast cold hall. The flame deity had already targeted him. However, as long as he was in the sect and had Yang Danlin's protection, the flame deity would not dare do anything. Of course, he could still use He Suo and the others to put pressure on Ling Xiao. However, unless the flame deity took action personally, Ling Xiao was not afraid. It was just that he wouldn't be able to easily leave the sect in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would really be in danger, unless a powerhouse left with him, or he had the ability to protect himself from heavenly sovereign demon flame. Cultivation was one aspect. Formations, on the other hand, were another aspect. Of course, alchemy was also possible. If he could refine truly outstanding elixir pills, it would not be impossible to hire a Skyman expert as a bodyguard, even though it would take a lot of time. After feeling that his condition had completely recovered, Ling Xiao left the cave abode and prepared to head to the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. However, before that, he went to visit Dai Yuling. He really wanted to know Dai Yuling's current situation. He wanted to know if Dai Yuling had been bullied while he was resting. The situation was better than he had imagined. His thunderous means made all the outer sect disciples keep quiet out of fear, and Yang Danlin blocked the flame deity's attack, which also made some outer sect elders and deacons not dare to easily offend Ling Xiao. They would rather choose not to help either side, because offending either side might lead to a very miserable result. Only Elder He and Elder Bai's attitude was very clear. Elder He was determined to wear the same pants as the flame deity. Elder Bai, on the other hand, supported Ling Xiao. When passing by the outer sect and medicine hall, many outer sect disciples were very respectful to him. Whether it was sincere or not, they all called him Senior Brother Ling with suspicion. It felt a little strange to suddenly change from a junior brother to an outer sect senior brother, especially when he was addressed as senior brother by someone who was twice his age. He always felt awkward. But this was the reality. If you were stronger than the other party, even if the other party's qualifications and age were older than you, they still had to be respectful to you. Originally, Ling Xiao did not intend to be so ostentatious. His original plan was to enter the inner sect after advancing to the transcendent realm. There was no need to dominate the outer sect at all. But now, it was actually a good thing. He was forced to become the outer sect's number one. Chapter 3:16. In the outer sect, including Elder He, no one dared to trouble Ling Xiao or Dai Yuling. After all, he was merciless when it came to killing people. Ling Xiao, you're here. Dai Yuling recovered faster than expected. She had now become the big sister of the medicine hall. Her Sakura tree martial soul was much stronger than her original martial soul, so she was more outstanding in all aspects than before. Coupled with Ling Xiao's protection, who dared to provoke her. Now, there were many people who wanted to befriend Dai Yuling. How is it? No one came to trouble you during this time, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Trouble? Now that everyone knows that I have a ferocious and protective friend who would dare to cause trouble for me. But your performance in the death challenge that day was so outstanding, especially in the end when you almost defeated Wang Feng and forced Empyrean Demon Flame to descend. Will you be? All right. Dai Yuling asked worriedly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I kept a low profile before because I didn't have a backer. If I was targeted by Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame, then I would have died without a doubt. But it's different now. With Senior Yang backing me up, Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame won't dare to touch me, at least within the sect. Besides, with my strength and ability, plus my temper, it's impossible to keep a low profile. If I'm pushed too far, I'll even kill an inner sect disciple. Alas, that's true. Unless you're a coward forever, you really can't keep a low profile. After all, you were targeted by He Suo from the beginning. He kept causing trouble for you. You have to fight back. Dai Yuling sighed and said, That's why, Rain Spirit, you don't need to worry about these things. Empyrean Demon Flame has indeed notice me, and he might even feel threatened by me, but he won't completely lose his cool and deal with me. He is an inner court elder, and he cares about face. Ling Xiao was very confident about this. That's good. Anyway, you must be careful. In the Yuehua school, you're my backer, Dai Yuling said with a smile. Of course. After bidding farewell to Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao took the token given to him by the Desperation Tower's Tower Master and headed towards the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower. Without a doubt, this was a place that only inner court disciples were qualified to enter. Moreover, even for inner disciples, there were strict requirements. You couldn't enter just because you wanted to. As for the outer sect disciples, unless one had a special entry token, only then would one be able to enter. However, only 2 or 3 people in the sect had access to the entrance tokens. It just so happened that the Desperation Tower's Tower Master was one of them. Ling Xiao could be considered lucky to be able to obtain his recognition. The Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower was a very ordinary wooden building. However, there was something extraordinary about it. After 100,000 years, the Inner Sect's Moon Essence Tower had never been repaired. Even so, this wooden pavilion didn't have any traces of wind or rain. There weren't even insect bites. It looked as if it had just been built yesterday. It was still brand new. Ling Xiao could sense that a powerful array formation should have been set up under this Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower to be able to achieve such an effect. Forget about wind and rain, even mosquito bites. Even if a Deva Realm powerhouse wanted to barge in, it was also impossible. Just the array formation was already so powerful. Not to mention, the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower's guards were actually all transcendent 9th-level experts, second only to Deva Realm. With such guards working in tandem with the formation, not to mention blocking an expert of the Celestial Realm, even if they wanted to kill him, it would not be impossible. Halt! This is the sect's important place. Outer sect disciples are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, we'll kill without discussion. Ling Zhao's figure was captured by a guard very quickly. His thunderous voice made one's qi and blood churn, extremely uncomfortable. The guard's eyes didn't have any contempt. Perhaps to them, Ling Xiao didn't even have the qualifications to make them despise him. Who would have a look of contempt for an ant on the road? Senior Apprentice Brother Guard. This disciple is under the orders of the Desperation Tower's Tower Master to come to the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower to receive a set of gold-grade rare rank martial arts secret manual. This is the token. Although Ling Xiao was unhappy in his heart, he wasn't angry. If one strength was lacking, it was completely reasonable for others to not care about you. To make these people look at you seriously, one could only be stronger than them in strength. Even if taking out the token made their faces change drastically and become respectful, that was also only because they were wary of the token's owner, not because they feared you. It's actually the Desperation Tower's Tower Master's entrance token. Sorry for the offense. Please enter. Several guards bowed their heads one after another. Of course, their gazes were only staring at the entrance token in Ling Zhao's hand, and not being frightened by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swore to himself that one day he would walk into this place with his head held high, and he would make these people truly respect him. Humph, this kid is really lucky. He actually got the Desperation Tower's Tower Master's entrance token. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the Desperation Tower's Tower Master hear you. That guy is a lunatic, and his strength is ranked in the top 3 in Yuehua School. He's not to be trifled with. I'm just unhappy. An ant actually wants us to bow down to him. What's there to be unhappy about? We're bowing to the token, not him. Who does he think he is? I couldn't tell at all that this kid is actually the number 1 in the outer sect. Although Ling Xiao had already walked into the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower, he heard all these people's words. At first, when he didn't show the token, Those people didn't take him seriously at all. They even felt that it was extravagant to look down on him. Later on, when he took out the token, these people felt that he was qualified to be looked down on. This was human nature. This was the world. The inner sex Moonlight Tower was indeed much more luxurious than the outer sex Moonlight Tower. The exterior looked simple and unadorned, but the interior was simply eye-catching. All kinds of arrays and arrays were intertwined, completely isolating this small space. After all, this was already considered the inheritance ground of the Yuehua school. Once the inner sex Moonlight Tower was breached, then the Yuehua school would not be far from being destroyed. There were 3 doors on the first floor. Needless to say, these 3 doors were arranged with arrays, so after entering, they would be directly transported to a special space. Each door corresponded to a type of entrance token. A wooden entrance token allowed one to enter a door that contained a rare gold-grade martial art. An iron entrance token allowed one to enter a door that contained a high-grade gold-grade martial art. A jade entrance token allowed one to enter a door that contained a high-grade gold-grade martial art. Inner sect disciples didn't need an entrance token. They were determined which door to enter based on their cultivation. There was a saying that under normal circumstances, a gold-grade martial art was more suitable for cultivators below the first level of the transcendent realm to cultivate. Therefore, in the Yuehua school, it was more than enough for outer sect disciples to cultivate a gold-grade martial art. A rare gold-grade martial art was more suitable for cultivators below the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, so those below the 3rd level of the transcendent realm could only enter this door. Chapter 317. Top gold-grade martial arts were more suitable for cultivators below the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Of course, after reaching the heaven realm, it could also be used as a transition. As for cultivators above the heaven realm, they would probably have to come into contact with jade-grade martial arts. Since the Yuehua school had a heaven realm expert, it must have jade-grade martial arts. Unfortunately, there was no such thing in the inner sex Moonlight Tower. There were only 3 doors here, and the most powerful martial arts were only of the gold level. This meant that the Yuehua sect must have hidden more precious martial arts manuals in other places. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao for the time being. He walked to the wooden door and showed the wooden entry token. As the token disappeared from his hand, the door slowly opened. You have half an hour to choose the martial arts you want. Don't waste it. Suddenly, a voice sounded directly in Ling Xiao's mind. Another heaven realm expert. Ling Xiao could not be wrong. This voice was probably the master of the inner sex Moonlight Tower. Thank you for the reminder. Senior, this junior understands. Half an hour? Ling Xiao could not help but secretly smile. For him, choosing a martial art was not difficult at all. Not to mention half an hour, he might not even need a quarter of an hour. Behind the wooden door was a wooden sign floating in midair. On it were the names, characteristics, and requirements of the martial arts. There was no specific content. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to duplicate them. Dragon's Extinguishment, Wind Returning Sword, Shadow Steps, true self-divine technique. Although he could not duplicate them, Ling Xiao could still find his own martial arts through soul imprint. What he wanted the most was the evolved version of the Snow Lotus Truth. If it was not available, he could go for the next best thing and choose a martial art with similar attributes. With just a casual glance, the names of thousands of martial arts on the wooden sign merged into Ling Xiao's memory. The Yuehua school was indeed worthy of being one of the 12 sects. These were all rare gold-grade martial arts. If they were in the secular world, there would be bloody fights over them. Although Ling Xiao coveted a lot of martial skills, he still held back. He felt that his Snow Lotus Sword art should be able to reach the Transcendent Realm third layer without any problems. The Divine Hell King's fist was slightly weaker, but when combined with soul power, its overall offensive power was not inferior to a rare gold rank martial art. Therefore, there was really no need to waste time on martial skills. He didn't need a defensive martial art either. His Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was a high-tier gold tier martial art. It wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate it up to Transcendent Stage 6. Therefore, the crux of the matter was the internal energy cultivation method, and the substitute for the shadow cultivation secret method. Right now, he was still focusing on his inner force cultivation method. After all, although the effects of the shadow cultivation secret technique would gradually weaken, it could still be used. Cultivating his inner force and heart principle was of utmost importance. Without it, he might not even be able to break through to the transcendent realm, which was a big problem. When choosing martial arts, don't be greedy for power. Choose what suits you best. That voice rang out again. Ling Xiao was unable to determine where he was. The difference in strength was simply too great. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Ling Xiao felt that the pavilion master of the Moonflower Tower was a good person. If it was any other Heaven Realm master, they might not necessarily guide an outer sect disciple. As for why the pavilion master's voice rang out in his mind, he didn't find it strange. In the sealed world, there were martial arts, divine abilities, martial spirits, and some special talents that should be able to do this. It was just that he hadn't seen it before. After all, he was just an outer sect disciple of the Yuehua school. There were many things that he hadn't seen before. There was really no need to care about these things. After a while, Ling Xiao finished reading all the martial arts names and summaries on the wooden tablets. Moreover, they were integrated into his soul memory. He didn't dare say that he was the only one who could do this, but he was definitely very rare. Although his goal was the evolved version of the Snow Lotus Truth, when he saw the thousands of rare gold-grade martial arts, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. Some of these martial arts were very powerful, but unfortunately, he could only choose one. This was the limit of an outer sect disciple. If he became an inner sect disciple, he could choose any rare gold-grade martial arts without any restrictions. Dragon Extinguishing Art. This is an inner force cultivation method that also has auxiliary effects. Legend had it that in ancient times, a great fire dragon was slain by a martial artist. However, this martial artist was also struck by the flames of the dragon's breath. This martial artist relied on his tenacious willpower to forcefully transform the flames of the dragon's breath into his own true essence, and finally created this martial skill. Requirement: cultivation at the peak of the 9th martial vein stage, and inner force potential, treasure body. Dark shadow steps is the favorite movement technique of assassin-type martial artists. This is a movement technique created by an extraordinary martial artist who once assassinated a celestial realm expert in ancient times. It requires cultivation of the late 9th level of the martial vein, inner strength potential of a fine treasure body, and body potential of a divine treasure body. Returning wind sword. When this sword technique is used, it can attract the wind of nature. Every sword has the power of the wind. When used, it will become faster and faster, making the enemy unable to block. Legend has it that this sword technique was created by an ancient martial artist who comprehended and created it in a typhoon. To be honest, martial arts that could reach the rare gold grade were generally not bad. Ling Xiao could be considered to have suffered from a difficult choice. He originally thought that he would be able to make a choice in 15 minutes, but in reality, after looking at all the martial arts, he had been standing there with his eyes closed, thinking about what martial arts he should choose. Let's stick to the original plan. In the end, Ling Xiao reluctantly gave up on a few martial arts that he really wanted to cultivate. In the end, He set his goal on the inner force cultivation method. Moreover, it was also the evolved version of the snow lotus solution that he had originally planned. 12 golden lotus arts. This cultivation technique allows one to condense a golden lotus within their body. When one cultivates up to 12 petals, it will be considered complete. Every petal of the flower could draw upon a type of natural energy. If it reached perfection, its power would be unimaginable. If combined with the snow lotus sword art, its power would be even more terrifying. Requirements: cultivation peak 9th level martial vein, internal energy potential, divine grade treasure body, body potential, divine grade treasure body, soul potential, divine grade treasure body. On top of that, he had to master the snow lotus insight to the transcendent state. Note: the person with the highest level of attainment in this cultivation method is the person who created it. However, even this person could only cultivate up to the 9-petal lotus. The last 3 levels only exist in theory. Cultivating them is extremely dangerous. If you draw upon the power of nature, you might end up being annihilated. The note was handwritten. It should be a warning left by a senior from Yuehua School. However, even without such a warning, the requirements of this set of martial arts were crazy enough. Chapter 3:18. The requirements for the 12 golden lotus arts were so high that even geniuses like Ming Tian, Lung Hao, and Lan Yu were unable to cultivate it. Ling Xiao did not hesitate, and finally chose the 12 golden lotus arts. The danger of many martial arts varied from person to person. It was obvious that the person who added the note had not even cultivated the 9-petal lotus, so his understanding of the 12 golden lotus arts was not complete. If he had listened to this person, he might have missed out on a classic martial art. According to Ling Xiao's experience, he felt that the harder it was to cultivate, the higher the requirements, and the more dangerous the martial art was, the greater the benefits it would bring. He possessed the mountain river martial spirit, so even if there was something wrong with the martial art, he would be able to find out and correct it. The martial artist who created it did not cultivate it to perfection, but it did not mean that he could not do it. This was the huge advantage of the mountain river martial spirit. What was a genius? It was to be able to do things that others could not. Most of the rare gold grade martial arts were similar. If he chose to be the same as others, then how could he be stronger than others? His path of martial arts had always been unconventional. Starting from the Ling family, he had chosen martial arts that others were not willing to choose or were unable to cultivate. He still intended to do so. The unknown could bring bad luck, but it could also bring a huge surprise. He was willing to take a gamble, not to mention that he could afford it. After all, he possessed the mountain river martial spirit. If he did not use this advantage, wouldn't it be too wasteful? 12 golden lotus arts. The mysterious voice sounded again. Senior, what advice do you have? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. Since you've asked, this house lord is not afraid to tell you that this 12 golden lotus arts can only be considered a trash martial art, although it can be said that if it is cultivated to perfection, its might may be more terrifying than any other martial art of the same level, but even the martial artist who created it was unable to do so. If it is only 9 lotuses, then compared to other rare martial arts, it is only dangerous. Therefore, this house lord advises you to give up on it. The house master of the Moon Essence Tower was extremely benevolent. In fact, he did not need to say such words. He probably did not want to see a genius fall like this. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, Thank you, senior. However, this disciple has made up his mind. I will choose this martial art. Arrogant and ignorant. The voice suddenly became stern. If it was not for Yang Danlin and the housemaster's face, this housemaster would not be willing to talk nonsense with a stubborn brat like you. If you don't listen to your elders, You will suffer. Don't you understand? Ling Xiao still showed the proper etiquette. After all, she was doing this for his own good. This disciple has always been like this. That person was silent for a while before he said, "Fine, fine. I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you don't want to listen, just listen to me. Senior, please. You should know that this 12 Golden Lotus Arts was originally used by other sects to trap our Yuehua school. In the past, when our Yuehua school was at its peak, there were hundreds and thousands of geniuses who had all 3 potential treasured bodies. However, because of this thing, they all died." The mysterious voice said in a miserable tone, "When they cultivated the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, there were only 3 endings in the end. First, their martial arts would be crippled. Their martial veins would be destroyed, and they would become a cripple. Second, the Golden Lotus would shatter, and they would explode. Not even a complete corpse would be left. Third, they would be killed by the force of nature summoned by the Golden Lotus and turned into ashes. Now, you understand. It is not a good thing at all. It is purely a martial art that harms people. But Senior, if that is the case, why is this thing still here? Shouldn't it be destroyed?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "It can't be destroyed." That voice sighed and said, "That secret manual contains the Creator's spiritual strength. If you choose to destroy it, that spiritual strength will protect the secret manual. If you throw it away or bury it, it will come back on its own. The creator of this martial art is an ancient martial artist. His spiritual strength is far too powerful. We have no way to do anything about it. Only if someone is willing to sincerely accept it can we send it away." "Then why don't you give it to me?" Ling Xiao suddenly said. "You can choose and learn martial arts in the Yuehua Tower. However, you can only take away the copies that will be destroyed in a short time. The original copy will not be lent out." Ling Xiao's request sounded a bit excessive. However, it was not impossible for this book. After all, it sounded like the people of the Yuehua school did not like this secret book. "Give it to you? It's not impossible, but I think that old man Yang Danlin will fight me to the death." The mysterious voice shook its head and said, "Although I can defeat him, it will be troublesome if that old man doesn't refine medicine for me. No, you can learn it, but you can't take it away." "Senior, if I learn it, it's no different from taking it away, right?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. This seems to be the case." The voice was silent for a long time before it finally said, "Fine. Take it away. But remember, if that old man Yang Danlin asks, don't say that I asked you to take it away. Anyway, this is your own choice." "Senior, don't worry. But why do you insist on this secret book?" the voice suddenly asked. "It's a secret." Ling Xiao did not make up a lie. He felt that he could not fool the other party. Rather than that, he might as well not say anything. In fact, the reason why he wanted the original copy was mainly to study the use of soul power. He felt that since the potential of the soul was as important as the potential of the body and the potential of internal power, it could definitely not be as simple as just increasing one's attack. Perhaps it could be used more extensively. For example, the way the creator of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts used it sounded very magical. It could actually prevent the secret book from being destroyed, and it could even make the secret book return automatically. The key was that the martial artist who used this soul power had died many years ago. If he did not properly grasp such a magical thing, he might not have another chance if he missed it. "Catch it!" Whoosh! A book flew out from the void and hit Ling Xiao. With this kind of power, if one's strength was not at the level of the top 3 in the outer sect, it would be impossible to catch it. It seemed that the master of the inner sect Moonlight Tower was also an old urchin. He actually used this kind of thing to test Ling Xiao. "Pa, Ling Xiao caught the book steadily and poured his soul power into it. At that moment, a strange scene appeared. Ling Xiao found himself standing in a strange paradise. In the darkness, a figure gradually lit up. Then, the golden lotus in his body rotated, and strange rays of light shot out one after another. Chapter 319. Violent winds wreaked havoc, triggering tsunamis and destroying cities. That terrifying power was terrifying. Thunder rumbled, and every time it sounded, it would cause mountains to explode. Heavy rain poured down, filling the great rivers and submerging the mountains and cities. Lightning struck, and towering mountain ridges were destroyed in an instant. Snowflakes fluttered, and the snowflakes that filled the sky froze the entire world. Hailstones wreaked havoc, and the lives of many living creatures were easily taken away. Fog was endless, and the dangers hidden within were completely unpredictable. The sun shone for thousands of miles, and the terrifying heat caused countless living creatures to dry up and die. Darkness descended, and the world lost its light. Volcanoes erupted, and the hot magma easily melted steel. Living creatures were unable to escape. Earthquakes struck, and the earth cracked and became riddled with scars. Meteors from outer space, and that was the sign of doomsday. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, snow, hailstones, fog, sun, darkness, volcano, earthquake, meteor. There were exactly 12 kinds of celestial phenomena representing 12 lotuses. Every single one of them contained a terrifying amount of power. If they were added to the snow lotus sword art, it would be absolutely terrifying. Of course, such a terrifying scene could only be created by an ancient martial artist. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to achieve such a result. Even so, once the 12 golden lotus arts condensed 12 golden lotuses, it would greatly increase his strength. There was no need to doubt this point. After the figure finished condensing the 12 golden lotuses, the contents of the 12 golden lotus arts began to merge with Ling Xiao's soul. Ling Xiao could feel that when the figure in the manual displayed the first 9 kinds of celestial phenomena, it was very solid and close to perfection. However, when it came to the last volcano, earthquake, and meteor, there were clearly a lot of flaws. It was completely a theoretical attempt, and had not been corrected through actual combat. This was not surprising, as even the creator of the 12 golden lotus arts did not cultivate the last 3 lotuses. This guy was truly a madman to actually dare to pass down this kind of martial art. Was he not afraid of harming many talented martial artists? After completely merging the contents of the 12 golden lotus arts into his soul, Ling Xiao temporarily put the book away. He wasn't in a hurry to study soul force. Right now, he needed to focus on his cultivation. He believed that the faster his cultivation increased, the easier it would be to study soul force. Moreover, according to Ling Xiao's judgment, the use of soul force was most likely related to the art of refining arrays. His art of refining arrays had only just begun, so it wouldn't be good for him to rush into studying soul force. It might even be extremely dangerous. In any case, he had already obtained the original copy of the 12 golden lotus arts. Sooner or later, he would be able to figure out the relationship between refining arrays and soul force. Furthermore, perhaps the arrays and arrays within the Moonlight Pavilion were also related to soul force. Now that he couldn't see the relationship, perhaps in the future, when others could only choose one book, he could directly copy everything inside. He was very curious. The more difficult something was, the more interested Ling Xiao would be, and the more he would work tirelessly. This was his personality. Ling Xiao, remember this. Even though 12 Golden Lotus Arts isn't a forbidden martial art from Yuehua School, if you teach it to others without permission, you'll still be breaking the rules, and you'll still be punished. This disciple understands. Ling Xiao replied, Although he was worried, he didn't really care. The 12 Golden Lotus Arts had such high requirements. How could an ordinary person learn it? Moreover, once he completely mastered the 12 Golden Lotus Arts and formed 12 lotuses, his attainments would be even higher than the creators. This martial art could be considered a patent for him. The sect didn't have the qualifications to control who he taught it to. No wonder that old bastard Yang Damlin values this kid so much. This kid's talent is outstanding, but he's not arrogant. He's also very respectful to his seniors. Such a kid is really rare. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had received the praise of the Moonlight Pavilion's master for acting according to his own nature. Ha ha ha, old bastard, are you envious? What a pity, this kid is already Old Hall Master Yang's disciple. You don't have a chance. The person with the Moonlight Pavilion's master was none other than the Desperation Pavilion's master, who was wearing a ghost mask. I'm envious, but this kid is still a bit too confident. I'm worried that the 12 Golden Lotus Arts he chose will not bring him any benefits. Instead, it might harm him and make it difficult for him to progress. The warning he had given Ling Xiao before wasn't just to scare him. It had really happened. The older generation of Yuehua school disciples all knew that the 12 Golden Lotus Arts had once been a nightmare for the Yuehua school. Don't worry. Once bitten, twice shy. Old Hall Master Yang won't let anything happen to him. The Desperation Pavilion's master also didn't believe that Ling Xiao could master the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. In his opinion, Ling Xiao would definitely suffer a painful lesson this time. However, as long as he could keep his life, there would still be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened in the Moonlight Pavilion after he left. He was now fully focused on the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Not only could this internal cultivation technique help increase his true yuan and increase his cultivation, but it also had a special effect on the Snow Lotus Sword Arts. He didn't know how much it could increase his true yuan, but he really wanted to find out soon. Martial arts manuals could actually be divided into two categories. One belonged to the immemorial martial arts, which were created by martial artists in the immemorial era. At that time, martial arts were used in conjunction with martial spirits. The 12 Golden Lotus Arts was obviously the same. When combined with 12 celestial martial spirits, the effect would be multiplied several times. The other category belonged to the modern martial arts, which were mainly created by the new generation of martial artists. It didn't include the use of martial spirits. Generally speaking, the modern martial arts were more suitable for the new generation of martial artists. The requirements were lower, cultivation was simpler, and promotion was faster. However, the upper limit was lower. The immemorial martial arts were more difficult to cultivate, and promotion was very slow. Moreover, one needed a suitable martial spirit to display the greatest power. However, the terrifying thing about immemorial martial arts was that once one had a suitable martial spirit, the upper limit would be very high. It would far surpass the power of modern martial arts of the same level. After returning to the cave, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then a figure appeared in his mind, repeatedly practicing the cultivation method of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. He practiced every move of the Snow Lotus Sword art over and over again, triggering 12 celestial phenomena, displaying a terrifying destructive power as if a god had descended. A rare gold level martial art. Ling Xiao secretly shook his head. This 12 Golden Lotus Arts was definitely not a rare gold level martial art. He even felt that the level of this martial art was higher than Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Chapter 3:20. The reason why the Yuehua school placed the 12 Golden Lotus Arts behind the wooden door was probably because they were afraid that more talented inner disciples would accidentally practice it. After all, Generally speaking, disciples who had just entered the inner sect would not choose this kind of martial art that was difficult to cultivate. Moreover, it had extremely high requirements and was extremely dangerous. Breaking through to the transcendent realm was not easy. If one failed, all their previous efforts would be wasted. The price was a bit too high. After studying it carefully, Ling Xiao discovered that the 12 golden lotus arts had two characteristics. The first one was similar to most inner force cultivation arts. Every additional lotus petal would increase one's realm by one level. At the same time, it would increase the total quantity and quality of true qi as well as cultivation. There were a total of 12 levels, which was 3 levels more than most inner force cultivation arts. The second one was a unique attribute. Every additional lotus petal would allow one to borrow the power of a celestial phenomenon. Similarly, there were 12 celestial phenomena. There was no difference in the power of a celestial phenomenon. As the number of petals increased, the power would continue to increase. The first level allowed one to comprehend the power of a celestial phenomenon and add it to the snow lotus sword arts. The second level of the celestial phenomenon was gradually formed. When used, it would be more obvious, and its power would also increase. The third level of the celestial phenomenon was complete. Its power would increase greatly, and because it could borrow the power of 3 celestial phenomena, it could be used together. Basically, the snow lotus sword arts would be invincible among martial arts of the same level. The fourth level to the 6th level of the celestial phenomenon was gradually formed. Its power would continue to increase, and the celestial phenomenon would become more obvious. When used together, it would produce special effects. For example, wind could cut, thunder could stun, rain could restore true qi, and lightning could paralyze the opponent. The 7th level to the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon was gradually formed. The destructive power of the celestial phenomenon was even more terrifying, and the power of the snow lotus sword arts was even more terrifying. The 9th level of the celestial phenomenon was complete. 9 celestial phenomena would dance wildly. When used together, one could trigger natural celestial phenomena. The success rate depended on one's martial spirit and the weather conditions. Once successful, one could completely disregard all martial artists below the heaven realm. Even those who had just entered the heaven realm would have to retreat. The 10th level to the 12th level did not have a real battle, so its effects were unknown. It was estimated that one could completely trigger the power of a celestial phenomenon and reach the level of killing a heaven realm master. Let's not talk about the last 3 levels for now, because there was no actual combat test. His speculations might not be reliable. However, just the perfection of the 9th level was already very terrifying. Once he encountered the right weather and triggered the power of the celestial phenomenon, Ling Xiao would be almost invincible under the celestial realm. It was even possible for him to kill his opponent in an instant. Even heaven-tier experts would have to avoid such a situation. An immemorial martial art was indeed an immemorial martial art. Moreover, this 12 golden lotus arts was created by a crazy person. This kind of terrifying power was definitely not a gold grade rare grade martial art. Perhaps even a gold grade high grade martial art would not be able to block it. Could it be a gold grade martial art? Who knew? In any case, among the gold grade martial arts, the 12 golden lotus arts was definitely the most terrifying, but also the most dangerous. This could be seen from the fact that hundreds of top geniuses in the Yuehua school had been killed or injured because of this technique. Only a madman would dare to create such a martial art. In such a dangerous situation, only a madman would dare to cultivate such a martial art. Ling Xiao had always felt that he had no foundation and no clan, so he had to go to the extreme. Otherwise, how could he compare to those geniuses from prestigious clans? Fortunately, he had the mountain and river martial spirit, alchemy skills, and formation skills. Relying on these, he could minimize the risk of cultivating the 12 golden lotus arts. After comprehending it, the next step was cultivation. The first level was to condense the first golden lotus petal and comprehend the power of the celestial phenomenon, wind. Ling Xiao did not have a wind-type martial spirit, but he had the mountain and river martial spirit. The mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. It was a world by itself, and it encompassed almost all celestial phenomena. Therefore, to Ling Xiao, comprehending celestial phenomena was not a problem at all. When cultivating, Ling Xiao simply activated the mountain and river martial spirit. He did not dare to use it during battle for fear of being seen by others. However, when cultivating, he was not afraid because he did not need to use it. Every cave was protected by a formation. In addition to the interference of the airflow he created, no one would be able to realize that he was using the mountain and river martial spirit. After all, what he was using was only one of the powers of the mountain and river martial spirit, wind. At this moment, within the mountain and river martial spirit, a violent wind was raging. The sound of the wind came from the forest, and the sea was constantly being blown by the wind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao began to cultivate with the help of the martial spirit. In addition to his outstanding perception and the analytical ability of the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao had successfully cultivated the first level of the 12 golden lotus arts in a mere 2 hours, in the position of his dantian. There was an additional golden lotus petal flickering with light. It seems that my judgment was correct. I have the mountain and river martial spirit. Choosing this 12 golden lotus arts is simply a perfect match. Although Ling Xiao expected that cultivating it would not be too difficult. After all, he had already cultivated a high-grade gold-grade martial art and had accumulated a lot of experience in cultivating gold-grade martial arts. But even so, he did not expect it to be so easy. According to the secret manual, even the person who created this set of martial arts would need at least 7 days to cultivate the first level. As for others, it would take at least a few months, at most a few years, or even decades. Ling Xiao's advantage was his terrifying perception, as well as the mountain and river martial spirit's power of the heavenly phenomenon. This had caused his cultivation speed to be extremely fast. Perhaps even the person who created this set of martial arts would never have thought of it. The cultivation of the second level was relatively more difficult. This was also in line with the rules of ordinary cultivation techniques. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. However, this kind of difficulty was also relative. The second level required the help of the heavenly phenomenon power of thunder. For Ling Xiao, this was actually even less difficult. After the mountain and river martial spirit was activated, the weather in the mountain and river world changed from a violent wind to a thunderstorm. At the same time, the shadow of a thunder bear appeared behind him. With the help of these two factors, the condensation of the second lotus only took 6 hours. This was an advantage, a huge advantage. At the same time as the condensation of the second lotus petal, Ling Xiao's cultivation also continued to increase. He had already advanced from 20% half-step master to 50% half-step master. This speed was as fast as flying. Indeed, a good internal strength cultivation method could greatly increase one's cultivation. His judgment was not wrong about this. The cultivation of the third level was even more difficult. Ling Xiao gave it a try. Because the foundation of the first 2 levels was not stable, it was very difficult to cultivate successfully. Moreover, there were too many hidden dangers in the cultivation process. He thought for a while and temporarily stopped cultivating the 12 golden lotus arts. He separated an avatar to consolidate the results of the first 2 levels. Chapter 3:21. The 12 golden lotus arts could be used in conjunction with the snow lotus sword art. Therefore, the comprehension of the last form of the snow lotus sword art was very important. Meanwhile, his main body began refining the fire serpent array. After so many days, he hadn't stopped studying the array refinement technique. After all, he had to fulfill the requirements of a Yuan Venerate in order to head to the vast cold hall to cultivate. His master was very mysterious and gentle at times, but he never compromised on matters of principle. He was very stubborn and strict. It would be impossible to head to the vast cold hall in advance if he couldn't complete the task assigned to him. Success. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile excitedly as he looked at the light red array refinement stone in his hand. The array refinement stone was originally transparent, colorless, and odorless. It would only change when it was smelted into an array or formation. The fire serpent array refinement stone was red, and there were inscriptions of the fire serpent array and a small fire serpent on it. It's time to report back to Master. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 clones in the cave abode and recalled them helplessly. Although the shadow cultivation secret technique could allow clones to cultivate, the problem was that they couldn't be more than 10 meters away from him. This was also why he was anxious to find a higher-level cultivation secret technique that could replace the shadow cultivation secret technique. If he could be further away, his clones would be able to continue cultivating even when he was doing other things. That way, he wouldn't have to waste time. However, he definitely couldn't do that now. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed or forced. Just like the 12 golden lotus arts, he had obtained it through an unexpected life or death challenge. He believed that as his cultivation base continued to improve and his strength continued to increase, there would definitely be more opportunities. Right now, the most important thing was to raise his cultivation base to the transcendent grade as soon as possible. Then, he would be able to enter the intersex moonflower building again and find a martial technique that could replace the shadow cultivation secret technique. When he hurried over to Yang Danlin's cave abode, Yang Danlin was researching a new elixir pill while the Yuan Venerate was sleeping. "Oh, you're here, disciple. Master thought you had forgotten about our agreement." The Yuan Venerate opened his eyes when he saw Ling Xiao. However, it was only a slit. Perhaps opening his eyes too wide would waste too much energy. How would I dare to forget Master's instructions? Furthermore, I've always wanted to go to the Guanghan Palace to cultivate. All right, take out your fire snake refining formation stone, and let me take a look. Ling Xiao obediently took out 2 fire snake array refining stones. One was refined by a Yuan Venerate, while the other was refined by him. The Yuan Venerate could not be bothered to ask any more questions. He already knew that his disciple had outstanding perception, memory, and comprehension, so there was no point in asking about theories. The most important thing was the quality of the refined fire snake array refining stone. When he carefully looked at Ling Xiao's refining formation stone, he couldn't help but frown. Have you really never been to the celestial court continent, or have you never learned how to refine arrays? No, Ling Xiao answered honestly. I've really lost to you, old friend. This time, we've really picked up a peerless treasure. This is the first time this brat has refined a fire snake refining formation stone, and he actually refined it with a better effect than me, his master. I really want to find a piece of tofu and kill myself. The Yuan Venerate turned around and told Yang Danlin, Yuan Venerate, old friend, don't complain. It was the same when I taught him alchemy. Do you know why I chose to let little Lon teach him? It was because I didn't want to be discouraged. This kid is simply a monster among monsters. Yang Danlin also smiled bitterly. When it came to alchemy, Yang Danlin was very famous among the 12 sections. When it came to refining arrays, if a Yuan venerate in the Sky Dragon continent said that he was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. However, in front of a little monster like Ling Xiao, they suddenly felt like fools. They simply couldn't understand. Forget it. Since you can already refine a fire snake refining formation stone on your own, it means that your foundation is already very solid. However, refining arrays is the same as alchemy. Even if you get started relatively quickly, the deeper you learn, the more mysterious and profound you will discover. The Yuan venerate's expression became serious again. Right now, you are just following the path of others. It can be said that you are standing on the shoulders of giants. When you are able to refine your own pills and arrays, you will be considered a true master. Your disciple will follow master's teachings. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in respect. Good, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. This is commendable. Next, old friend, you will arrange some sect missions for this kid. Try your best to let him come into contact with the various array formations and arrays of the Yuehua school. After saying that, the Yuan venerate turned to Ling Xiao and said, learning about arrays and arrays is just the beginning. Master wants you to refine all these arrays and arrays into array refining stones. When you do this, you can graduate. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Master at any time. All of them. Ling Xiao had been at the Yuehua school for more than a month, so he knew about the situation in the Yuehua school. Almost all the cave residences and pavilions were protected by array formations, while the disciple tokens, elder tokens, and other small objects had array formations on them. Who knew how long it would take to refine all of them into array refining stones? That's right, all of them. However, you don't have to worry. You just have to finish them before you graduate from the Yuehua school. Next, Master will get your senior brother Yang to contact Wanghan Tianzuan of the Moon Hall. As long as you are willing, you can head over to the Moon Hall to cultivate. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao thanked him hurriedly. Yang Danlin called Lan Yuer over and asked her to bring Ling Xiao into contact with the array formations and arrays of the Yuehua school. There wasn't much difference between array formations and arrays. The difference was that array formations were relatively larger and were set up independently. On the other hand, arrays were generally smaller and were set up on small objects. They couldn't be set up independently. The principles behind both were the same. It was just that one developed in a larger direction, while the other developed in a smaller direction. Regardless of whether it was an array formation or an array formation, their power would weaken as time passed. Problems might even arise due to certain reasons. For example, the defensive array formation on the Outer Sex Challenge platform might break through the limits of the array formation's defense and cause problems if a relatively strong disciple challenged it. When that happened, someone would have to maintain and repair it. Generally speaking, the matter of maintaining array formations and arrays was handled by the Array Formation Hall. However, Lan Yuer had a very good relationship with the Hall Master of the Array Formation Hall. They were truly good sisters. Therefore, there wouldn't be any problems if she brought Ling Xiao along. Chapter 322. After a few days, Ling Xiao already knew most of the outer array formations of the Yuehua school like the back of his hand. The reason it was called the outer array formations was because there were some more confidential areas that he wasn't qualified to come into contact with. After all, he was still just an outer sect disciple. However, this performance still pleased the Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin. Thus, Ling Xiao was also promised that Yang Danlin would personally lead him to the vast cold hall for training. The vast cold hall master was the same as the Desperation Tower Master. It seemed like she wasn't willing to reveal her true appearance to outsiders. She also wore a mask. However, this mask was much better looking than the Desperation Tower Master's. It was in the shape of a butterfly and was very beautiful. That's strange. I sensed a familiar aura from the Desperation Tower Master last time. This time, it's the same for the owner of the vast cold hall. Why do the two of them have the same aura? Ling Xiao had originally thought that he had already confirmed the identity of the Desperation Tower Master. However, he was now confused again. Wanghan Tianzuan, I have already given you the elixir pills that I promised you. Can you let my disciple enter the vast cold hall to cultivate now? Yang Danlin asked with a smile. Old Hall Master Yang, I won't go back on my word. However, the doors of the vast cold hall can only be opened once a year. This is the sex rule. Wanghan Tianzuan said faintly, This is my vast cold token. If this child can enter the vast cold hall, he can stay as long as he wants. I won't stop him. As she spoke, she tossed a jade token in her hand to Ling Xiao. The jade token was strangely cold when it entered his hand. Ling Xiao felt as if his right hand was about to be frozen. Mountain River Ruler, transform! It was obvious that the primordial essence of the Guanghan Heavenly Lord was wrapped in the jade pendant. It was a type of primordial essence that was shockingly cold. Its quality was much stronger than Ling Xiao's Sky Dragon primordial essence, Thunderbolt primordial essence, Fierce Beast primordial essence, and Golden Lotus primordial essence. How could Ling Xiao bear to waste such a good thing? In an instant, the Sky Dragon true essence in one of his martial veins was completely transformed into this incomparably cold moon true essence. Of course, the name was given by him. He did not know what kind of martial arts this true essence was. After all, the opponent was too strong. Even if he used the Mountain River martial spirits analysis ability, he could not see through it. At this point, there were 5 types of vital essences in his body. The Fierce Beast vital essences occupied 1 martial vein, and there was not much left. They were all consumed when refining formations and pills. The Thunderbolt true essence occupied a martial vein, and less than half of it remained. The Moon true essence occupied 3 martial veins and was very abundant. The total amount of true essence might be insignificant to Wanghan Tianzuan, but to Ling Xiao, it was the true essence of 3 martial veins. As for the remaining 4 martial veins, 2 of them were Golden Lotus true essence and were mainly used for attacking. 2 of them were Heavenly Dragon vital essence and were mainly used for defense. Among the 5 types of vital essences, the Moon true essence was the strongest, but he did not dare to use it unless it was a last resort. After all, this was the vital essence of a Heaven Realm expert. Once used, although the lethality was terrifying, it would definitely kill 1,000 enemies and hurt 800 of his own. The second was the Golden Lotus true essence and the Sky Dragon true essence. The 2 were currently equal in power, but one was good at attacking and the other was good at defending. They were also Ling Xiao's own vital essences and could be used repeatedly. The weakest were the Thunderbolt true essence and the Fierce Beast vital essences. Ling Xiao saved the Thunderbolt true essence for when he comprehended the lightning celestial phenomenon. The Fierce Beast vital essence could produce black flames, so it was naturally used for refining pills and formations. Wanghan Tianzuan saw Ling Xiao holding her moon token without the slightest discomfort and could not help but be secretly surprised. In fact, she was very curious why Yang Danlin and the Tower Master of Desperation Tower valued this outer sect disciple so much, so she wrapped her vital essence around the moon token in an attempt to test it. Logically speaking, even a transcendent realm cultivator would freeze their right hand after receiving the moon token. But this kid did not have any reaction at all. What a freak! What's wrong, Senior? Is there something wrong? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No, this king was just thinking, if you can't enter from the main entrance, how are you going to enter the moon hall? Wang Han Tianzuan asked, Senior, if I don't enter from the main entrance, will I violate the sect rules? Ling Xiao did not want to give others a chance to frame him. Others will definitely violate the sect rules. If it's a light punishment, they will never be allowed to enter the moon hall again. If it's a heavy punishment, they will directly cripple their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Wang Han Tianzuan replied, But you are different. You have the moon token. As long as you enter, it is this king's order. No one can say anything. You can even be regarded as this king's representative. Ha, then it's simple, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Simple? Wang Han Tianzuan was a little surprised. Reporting to Senior, in fact, this disciple has already checked the moon hall's grand array. Although this grand array has been repaired, there are still flaws. At present, there are 3 relatively hidden flaws. As long as one is a transcendent realm cultivator, they can easily enter and exit without being discovered by Senior. How is that possible? Ling Xiao's words shocked Wang Han Tianzuan. Although she was not a genius in spirit arrays, she was still very familiar with this grand array. In addition, the people from the array hall would come to maintain the grand array once a month. How could there be such a big flaw? She thought that Ling Xiao was exaggerating, so her aura became even colder because she did not like liars. Wang Han Tianzuan, don't underestimate Ling Xiao. His ability is no worse than those people from the array hall. Yang Damlin smiled. Old Hall, Master Yang also thinks that there is a problem with my grand array. Wang Han Tianzuan frowned and asked, How about we make a bet? Yang Damlin smiled. What kind of bet? Wang Han Tianzuan asked. It's very simple. If this boy can enter the moon hall, can you lend him your moon hall token for a long time until he no longer needs it? Yang Damlin replied. If this old master loses in the future, no matter what pill you want to refine, as long as you have the materials, this old master will refine it for you. How about it? Deal. Wang Han Tianzuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Even if she was a heavenly venerable and a heaven realm master, it was very difficult to find Yang Damlin to refine pills, especially those with high risks. This bet was absolutely beneficial to her. Ling Xiao, did you hear that? Wang Han Tianzuan has given you an excellent opportunity. Don't miss it. Yang Damlin smiled and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also smiled. It was normal that Wang Han Tianzuan did not believe him. After all, he was just an outer disciple. However, this was really not a problem for him. The 3 flaws in the moon hall's grand array could be freely entered and exited. Of course, the premise was that you could discover these 3 flaws. This required a deep understanding of array formations and extremely high eyesight. Even Wang Han Tianzuan could not do it. Chapter 3:23. Other than Ling Xiao, no one else could see through the flaws of the hidden array. Of course, there must be someone else in the Yuehua school who could do it. However, for some reason, these 3 flaws had not been fixed. Wang Han Tianzuan did not believe Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao wanted to show her. Therefore, under Wang Han Tianzuan's stunned gaze, Ling Xiao walked into the Guanghan Palace and then walked out again. God! Wang Han Tianzuan thought she had seen wrongly and even bit her lips. After confirming that it was not an illusion, she felt a little disappointed and helpless. Now I finally understand why Old Hall Master Yang, the Tower Master of the Desperation Tower, Lan Yu, and even the Tower Master of the Moonlight Tower in the inner court treat this kid with special respect. Old Hall Master Yang, can you give this kid to me as a disciple? Hee, that won't do. Yang Damlin smiled proudly. Although Ling Xiao was not his disciple, he was still his junior brother. He was also someone that he had taught before. This honor definitely existed. I'm so jealous. Wang Han Tianzuan had never been so crazy before. If I had known, I would have waited in the outer sect when the recruitment was expanded. I heard that Golden Light Tianzuan had chosen a peerless genius, but I think that little guy really can't compare with this little guy. Senior, can this disciple go in? Go in. From today onwards, the Guanghan Palace will be completely open to you. You can come here at any time. However, since you are so powerful, if you have time, you still have to repair this array for me. Wang Han Tianzuan smiled. This disciple understands. After saying that, Ling Xiao couldn't wait to enter the Guanghan Palace. Oh, it's so cold, but after a long time, it feels so comfortable. The moment Ling Xiao entered the Guanghan Palace, a gust of cold air hit him in the face. At first, it made him feel very uncomfortable, but after the body adapted to the cold, he felt particularly comfortable. He didn't even need to deliberately cultivate. As long as he stood there and breathed, there would be abundant spiritual energy entering his body and transmitting it through his meridians to his limbs and bones. Ling Xiao found a place with the most abundant spiritual energy and sat down cross-legged. It could also be said that this place was one of the Guanghan Palace's Qi eyes. The Qi eyes constantly ejected cold air rich in spiritual energy, which could accelerate the tempering of the body and the impurities in the body. Buzz, buzz. Unconsciously, the mountain and river martial spirit began to circulate on its own, and the fusion rate with Ling Xiao's soul also began to increase rapidly. This was something Ling Xiao did not expect. The cold air here actually had such a special effect. In the past, the fusion rate was less than 30%. Now, in just a moment, it had increased to 50%, and it was still increasing. Ling Xiao had always been looking forward to what would happen when the mountain and river martial spirit and his soul fusion reached 100%. He originally thought that this day would be very far away, but now it seemed that it wouldn't take that long. He took a deep breath, took out a refining array stone, and crushed it. A strange array diagram suddenly appeared around him. Concealment array. This was only a small array. It was a very ordinary array to hide one's body and aura. Ling Xiao was mainly worried that he would accidentally release the aura of the mountain and river martial spirit during his cultivation, and it would be discovered by others, so he used this concealment array to protect himself. After that, he split into two doppelgangers. One of them comprehended the last move of the divine prison King Fist. The other continued to comprehend the last move of the Snow Lotus sword art. His main body was completely immersed in the cultivation of his body. The heavenly dragon golden body and 12 golden lotus arts were operating at the same time. From the outside, there was no one there. It was as if it was an empty place. Even the Wanghan Tianzuan outside lost track of Ling Xiao's aura. After all, Ling Xiao had prepared 2 layers of protection. First, he directly adjusted the template to the level of death. This way, Ling Xiao would no longer have any aura of a living person. Then, he set up a concealment array outside. If this could still be discovered, the Wanghan Tianzuan would have broken through to a higher realm. This kid is really powerful. The Wanghan Tianzuan smiled and also sat down cross-legged. Among the younger generation, there was a lot of pressure on these celestial venerables. Yuehua School. Among the mountains, there was a mountain peak that was actually an active volcano. It was filled with hot magma all year round. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it at all. Even the animals and plants that lived there were completely resistant to the high temperature. Even the magma couldn't melt them. This mountain peak belonged to a newly promoted elder of the Yuehua school, the Flame Deity. At this time, On a road leading to the volcano, Hesuo was completely soaked. The terrifying heat was difficult for even a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator like him to bear. Every time he came here, it was like he was suffering. On both sides of the road stood several lava lizards. These lizards looked as if they were made of lava. Their hard shells combined with their terrifying strength made even a first-layer transcendent realm cultivator have to be careful. Hesuo's expression was very ugly. He knew very well why his master had called him here this time. A trivial Ling Xiao. He had spent more than a month and still hadn't been able to deal with him. On the contrary, the people on his side had been killed one by one. Yang Cheng, Gong Yangnu, Tuo Shan, Jin Ming. Even Wang Feng had almost been killed. Li Anil could only tuck his tail between his legs in front of Ling Xiao. As an inner sect disciple, he was powerless to do anything about it. It would be great if Ling Xiao left the sect. At that time, he would definitely not let the sect know if he made a move. But as long as Ling Xiao remained in the sect, there was nothing he could do. The sect's rules stated that inner sect disciples were not allowed to interfere with outer sect matters. He didn't want to ruin his future, just to deal with Ling Xiao. But the problem was that Ling Xiao was now the undisputed #1 disciple in the outer sect. No one was his opponent. So even if Hesuo wanted to send someone to deal with Ling Xiao, he couldn't do it. Not to mention him, even his master couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Yang Danlin, that old thing, was obviously determined to protect Ling Xiao. Lan Yu, that little girl, had been fed some kind of soup by Ling Xiao that she was actually willing to risk her life to protect him. There was also the tower master of the Desperation Tower, who seemed to have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Wasn't he just a piece of trash with a treasure-grade body? Why did so many people think so highly of him? He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. He was very clear that he had already become the laughingstock of the inner sect. Many of his fellow disciples were laughing at him behind his back for not being able to deal with a trivial outer sect disciple. As a result, this outer sect disciple had developed to the point where he couldn't be dealt with. What should he do? Sherzuan would definitely ask about it. Chapter 3:24. The volcanic crater was right in front of him. So Hesuo didn't dare to think about it anymore and became cautious. In front of the volcanic crater, there were 2 huge lava lizards. The 2 lizards glanced at Hesuo and then lay down again, probably recognizing him as one of their own. Hesuo swallowed hard, his heart filled with fear. Because these 2 huge lava lizards were 4 or 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. Not only were they huge, but their strength was also close to the transcendent realm 9th layer. According to the classification of vicious beasts, they were Class 9 top vicious beasts. The ferocious beast that gave Master Baiyun a headache in Tianfeng City was only a Class 1 low-tier ferocious beast. These 2 vicious beasts in front of him could easily kill Hesuo with a wave of their claws. One had to know that in terms of pure combat strength, these 2 Class 9 top vicious beasts were actually not inferior to a master who had just entered the Heaven Realm. It was just that they were not as smart as a Heaven Realm master and did not have as many means as a Heaven Realm master. Seeing the 2 lava lizards move aside, Hesuo breathed a sigh of relief and then walked into the volcanic crater. Even if it was an active volcano, it would not erupt often. However, in order to cultivate, the flame deity could make this volcano continuously spew magma, so except for the path up the mountain, the rest of the mountain was completely surrounded by magma, making it impossible to enter or exit at will. Above the volcanic crater, there was actually a floating palace. A metal chain made of an unknown material hung in the air, and the palace was surrounded by boiling magma. Even the walls of the palace were constantly maintained at a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. However, in this environment, the flame deity sat there very comfortably, holding a book in his hand and reading it. When he was not angry, the flame deity looked gentle and refined, like a middle-aged scholar in his 40s. In fact, he was a few years older than Grandmaster Bai Yun, already more than 100 years old. The lifespan of a Heaven Realm cultivator was 100 years longer than a Transcendent Realm cultivator, about 300 years. In other words, Empyrean Demon Flame was actually still very young. He Suo stood there trembling with fear. Although he was the flame deity's disciple, he never dared to be impudent in front of the flame deity. Especially after he was seriously injured by Ling Xiao, the flame deity was already very disappointed in him. If he made another mistake, he was afraid that this master of his would kill him like a thunderbolt. "Master, what instructions do you have for me?" He Suo asked respectfully. "Tell me, what's the situation with Ling Xiao now? Oh, and tell me about the others. Although Bai Yun is crippled, I will not allow any of his disciples to grow up smoothly in Yuehua school. It was said that once one's cultivation reached a certain level, their mentality would change, and they would no longer bicker with small fries. However, this saying was not true for the flame deity. This person had always been cautious. Even if there was the slightest threat, he would mercilessly eliminate it before it sprouted. He would never give the other party any chance to take revenge on him. Disciple is guilty. I can't even deal with a few outer sect disciples. Please punish me, Master. He Suo hurriedly knelt down, trembling with fear. He did not even dare to look up at the flame deity. Answer the question. The flame deity just said coldly. He Suo swallowed his saliva and replied cautiously, "There are a total of 3 disciples of Bai Yun who entered Yuehua school. At present, Cold Plum's whereabouts are unknown. It seems that she went missing a few days after joining Yuehua school, and no one has gone to look for her. Dai Yuling became Lan Yu, Er's disciple. Her martial soul was obviously destroyed by Jin Ming and others, but it miraculously came back and is even stronger than before. As for Ling Xiao, since Master came to the outer sect and took Wang Feng away, he became the #1 outer sect disciple. Now, the Medicine Hall's Hall Master, the Array Hall's Hall Master, the Desperation Tower's Hall Master, the Moonlight Tower's Hall Master, and Lan Yu all have a good impression of him, especially the Medicine Hall's Hall Master, Yang Danlin, and the Medicine Hall's Vice Hall Master, Lan Yu. I'm afraid that they will protect him with their lives." Although He Suo knew that his master would not be happy, he had to say it. He did not dare to lie. Once he did, the result would be more terrible and the trouble would be bigger. So, Master really has no way to deal with Ling Xiao? The flame deity's face turned cold. After a while, he said viciously, "Ling Xiao must die. Just his talent in alchemy alone is enough to kill him." He Suo understood why his master said that. Because once an alchemist, an outstanding alchemist, had reached a certain level, even if his own cultivation was not good, he could still gather many experts to help him. At that time, Ling Xiao would be more difficult to deal with than a celestial realm expert. Yang Danlin was a good example. The flame deity could definitely kill Yang Danlin one-on-one, but he did not dare to do it. Yang Danlin always had a celestial realm expert protecting her for free, and her only request was to help with alchemy. Disciple knows. "Master, please tell me how to deal with this kid." He Suo really could not think of any way to deal with Ling Xiao. He could only hope that the flame deity could think of a way. "You have to deal with this matter. It's not good for Master to appear." Speaking of this, the flame deity suddenly showed a sneer. "When Master comes out of seclusion next time, the Desperation Tower's Hall Master, the Moonlight Tower's Hall Master, and the Array Hall's Hall Master will all be nothing. You have to know that in this world, the fist speaks." Disciple understands. Hesuo nodded. He was very clear about the flame deity's meaning. He wanted to wait until he came out of seclusion before making a decision. When Master is in seclusion, you will secretly make arrangements and continue to rope in inner disciples. However, you must be careful not to alarm the sect's upper echelons. Otherwise, Master will not be able to protect you. The flame deity said. In addition, don't forget the annual moon arrival pagoda ascension ceremony. Although your aptitude is not as good as your junior brother Mingtian's, you still have an immortal grade treasure body. You are stronger than most of the sect's disciples. Seize this opportunity, and you will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Hesuo could not help but be happy. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Disciple obeys." It was said that there would be a fixed period of time every year when the Yuehua school would not see daylight. The moon would always hang in the sky above the moonlight pagoda, looking very close. This period would last for about 7 days and was called the Moon Arrival Festival. During this period of time, one could climb the moonlight pagoda and obtain all kinds of opportunities. This was the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony. The pagoda ascension ceremony was open to all the disciples of the Yuehua school. However, it was basically unheard of for outer disciples to be able to enter the moonlight pagoda. If they could not even pass the first stage, they would not be able to find their own opportunities. All right, you can go. Remember Master's instructions. Disciple will definitely not forget. Chapter 325. Outside the crater stood a young man and a girl. Late young man was Mingtian, and the girl was Suing. These two people clearly joined the flame deity later than Hesuo, but they were valued by the flame deity far more than Hesuo. This made Hesuo extremely uncomfortable in his heart, but even so, he did not dare to get angry. Facing these two people, he could only reveal an unwilling smile. Mingtian had exceptional aptitude. Suing had special talent. These two types of people were the favorite of celestial venerables. The flame deity took in many disciples, but they were generally just in-name disciples. For example, Hesuo, Wangfeng, and Hesuo's other senior brother and senior sister. But Mingtian and Su Ying had the qualifications to become the flame deity's personal disciples. It simply made people tremble with jealousy. Ling Xiao did not know what happened in the volcano palace. He was currently wholeheartedly cultivating. The cold air of the Guanghan Palace constantly entered his body, benefiting him greatly. This kind of cold air was even more powerful than the Heaven Essence Bone-changing pill. However, the heavenly dragon golden body required too much energy. If the energy needed to go from the 4th level to the 5th level was divided into 10 stages, Ling Xiao had just reached the peak of the 4th level and entered the 1st stage. This roughly 2 hours of cultivation had already filled up a stage's energy. But the further he went, the more energy he needed. Although the filling speed did not change, the time needed to fill up the energy was longer. However, Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this speed. If he purely used medicinal pills to cultivate, perhaps hundreds of Heaven Essence Bone-changing pills would not be enough to fill up a stage's energy. No wonder this place was regarded as a forbidden area in the Yuehua school. Only with permission could one enter. Such a good place to cultivate. The energy inside could not possibly be inexhaustible. Therefore, it had to be used sparingly and only for geniuses. He was familiar with array formations, so he roughly observed the array formation of the Guanghan Palace. This was a very special kind of qi gathering grand array, roughly low yellow grade. But even so, it could repeatedly convert the natural energy between heaven and earth into spiritual energy, and then use the cold energy to confine it in the Guanghan Palace. Ling Xiao felt that he should be able to modify this qi gathering array into a small-scale array, and then inlay it on his jewelry and wear it on his body. That way, no matter when, his body would be able to constantly absorb fresh spirit qi. Unknowingly, an entire day had passed. Ling Xiao could feel that his strength was still accumulating and increasing. The heavenly dragon golden body had entered the 5th stage from the 4th stage to the 5th stage. At this rate, he would probably be able to reach the 5th level after a few more rounds. Ling Xiao was a little excited at the thought of being able to completely transform his body into a transcendent being on the 5th level. Yang Kai's current soul force and internal force had actually reached the transcendent realm's requirements, but his body still hadn't reached the transcendent realm's standard. In fact, if he wanted to, he could rely on his soul's potential to directly break through to the transcendent realm. They could also rely on their potential to break through to the transcendent realm. But he didn't do that. He was already at the final step, and he couldn't be a cripple trying to break through to the next level. Once he broke through to the transcendent realm, his foundation would be much more stable, and his strength would be much greater than an ordinary transcendence. In any case, his body wasn't that far behind. Moonlight filled the sky. Night had fallen. Inside the Guanghan Palace, a silvery white light completely enveloped it. Strangely, when it was night time, the Guanghan Palace absorbed the power of the moon, and the effect was even better than during the day. The Yuehua school was probably named this because of this. Ling Xiao calmed down and no longer thought about other things. Instead, he focused on cultivating. His entire body and mind were immersed in the moonlight, as if he was wrapped in a strange power. Bathing in it, it was extremely comfortable. Strange things would always happen in the middle of the night. Someone definitely knew about the 3 flaws of the Guanghan Palace. Perhaps the people of the Array Formation Hall had purposely left these 3 flaws as a gift. Asterisk, so. Asterisk 3 silhouettes entered the Guanghan Palace through 3 different openings. Then they gathered at the Qi Eye where Ling Xiao was cultivating. At this time, Wanghan Tianzuan had already entered a deep state of cultivation, leaving only 2 first-order transcendent realm guards to guard the entrance. How could these 2 people have discovered such an anomaly? Great, Junior Brother Wang, I didn't expect you to know about such a flaw. That cold-faced woman, Wanghan Tianzuan, is too hateful, actually not giving our honored master face. The one who spoke was a woman's voice. If Ling Xiao opened his eyes at this moment, it wouldn't be difficult to recognize this woman as Suing. The junior brother Wang she spoke of was Wang Feng, who had just been promoted to the inner sect. The other person was obviously a disciple of the Array Hall, his cultivation also around the first-order transcendent realm. If one wanted to find these flaws, it would be impossible without a disciple who was proficient in spirit arrays. You too cultivate here. You must leave before dawn. Otherwise, if you are discovered by Wanghan Tianzuan, you will die. After the Array Hall disciple gave some instructions, he turned around and left, giving Wang Feng and Suing each a wooden token with some patterns engraved on it. This would make it easier for the 2 of them to leave this place. Senior sister, hurry up and cultivate. Use your dual cultivation method. This opportunity cost me 1,000 low-rank spirit stones. We can't waste it. Wang Feng said eagerly. Why are you in such a hurry? Our ninja clan's dual cultivation method requires physical intimacy. You and I haven't developed any feelings for each other yet, so let's cultivate separately first. After an hour, when you feel something, it won't be too late to begin dual cultivation. Su Ying's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. If she had to choose a dual cultivation method partner, she would definitely choose Ming Tian. However, Ming Tian was completely focused on cultivation and didn't care about anything else. She, Suing, was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations. Yet that guy really wasn't tempted at all. She had repeatedly asked to dual cultivate with Ming Tian, but had been directly rejected. Did he think that her talent was bad? Damn Ming Tian, what an arrogant guy. Thinking about this, Su Ying sighed helplessly. Looking at Wang Feng, who had already entered a state of cultivation, she gently took off her outer layer of clothing. This would be more beneficial for absorbing the cold qi. 2 hours later, Wang Feng opened his eyes, looking at the hazy figure in the cold qi. He suddenly felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then pounced on her without caring about anything else. Just at this moment, the chaotic fluctuations of the aura disturbed Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of cultivation. Although Ling Xiao was in the middle of cultivation, he still released a trace of Zhan Yuan to monitor the situation around him. Chapter 326. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the chaotic aura with some displeasure. In that instant, a blush appeared on his face. He actually felt a little restless. That kind of scene that made one's mouth dry up to the extreme made him, a 14-year-old youth who had never experienced anything between a man and a woman, feel his blood boil and his true essence become restless. This also caused his originally well-hidden aura to leak out. Who is it? Wang Feng and Su Ying, who were in the middle of their business, were startled. The two of them put on their clothes almost at the same time, and then stared at Ling Xiao. Su Ying, Wang Feng. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally saw who these two people were. He was a little surprised. How could these two people be together? Didn't Su Ying say that she wanted to avenge her fiancé, Zuolong? How long had it been since she entered the sect? Was she already doing this kind of thing? Moreover, it was in Guanghan Temple. If Guanghan Tianzun found out, these two people would probably be killed on the spot. Come out, sneaky bastard. You really have no sense of shame, actually sneaking around to spy on the affairs of men and women. Su Ying shouted angrily. Ha! It's really a case of the wicked complaining first. Ling Xiao removed the outer concealment array and then slowly revealed himself. Of course, before this, he had taken back his two clones. The moment he took back his clones, Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a little surprised. The Divine Prison King's fist had actually broken through the final shackles and mastered the final move, destruction. This was a punch that had reached the grand accomplishment stage, capable of completely destroying one's soul and body. Its power was terrifying, even stronger than the previous moves combined. Ling Xiao. Su Ying and Wang Feng also recognized Ling Xiao, and the two of them suddenly formed a pincer attack. If Ling Xiao tried to escape, they could attack at the same time, not giving Ling Xiao the slightest chance to escape. Hong, two terrifying auras rushed towards Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to also break through. Ling Xiao soon discovered that Su Ying was also a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. It seemed that cultivating with heavenly venerate demon flame was faster than cultivating on his own. Right now, Su Ying's cultivation likely already surpassed Zhao Ji. Clearly, the two of them had similar potential. The two people in front of Yang Kai were both first-order transcendent realm cultivators. If it were an ordinary half-step grandmaster, they would have already died. This meant that the two of them were out to take his life. However, his aura was so strong that it could not be compared with an ordinary half-step master. Therefore, the aura of these two people did not affect him at all. Ling Xiao, if you can't explain yourself today, we'll definitely bring you shameless bastard to Master Mo Yen for punishment. Wang Feng berated. What a joke. I'm cultivating here. And I never imagined that the two of you would actually be doing such improper things beside me. You actually dare to say that I'm shameless? You're really twisting the truth. Ling Xiao looked at Su Ying and Wang Feng wondering what the consequences would be if he killed these two here. He was really a little surprised that he would encounter these two people here. One of them kept saying that he wanted to kill him. The other directly tried to kill him. One wanted to avenge her fiancé, and the other wanted to avenge his life and death friend. What was more interesting was that both of them actually worshipped the flame deity as their master. It could be said that there was a deep hatred between him and these two. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him. Was this an opportunity given to him by the heavens? By the way, how did the two of you enter this Guanghan temple? I heard that for the past month, no one has been allowed to enter this Guanghan temple unless they have Wanghan Tianzuan's Guanghan token. Where is your Guanghan token? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. Did these two sneak in through a flaw in the Guanghan temple's spirit array? If that was the case, then it would be interesting. Sure enough, when he mentioned the Guanghan token, Wang Feng and Su Ying's expressions changed drastically. They didn't have a Guanghan token. They had just bribed a senior brother in the Spirit Array Hall and secretly came in to cultivate. If Wanghan Tianzuan found out about this, then the situation would be serious. The two of them wouldn't be able to escape the fate of having their cultivation crippled and then being expelled from the sect. After all, Wanghan Tianzuan had always been at odds with the flame deity. This was something that many people in the sect knew. Who could guarantee that Wanghan Tianzuan wouldn't use this opportunity to take revenge? You're asking us? Then how did you get in? I don't think you have a Guanghan token. After all, you're just an outer sect disciple. Su Ying questioned. If it was an inner sect disciple who trespassed the forbidden area, then the worst-case scenario would be having their cultivation crippled and being expelled from the sect. If it was an outer sect disciple, then there would be no reason to kill him without mercy. This was the rule of the Yuehua school. When she asked this question, Su Ying couldn't help but feel a little smug. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. If she hadn't reacted fast enough, she would have been led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and waved his hand. A jade-white token appeared in his hand. The thick, cold aura on the token couldn't be faked. You actually have a Guanghan token. Su Ying and Wang Feng's expressions changed drastically. The murderous intent in their eyes intensified. Looking at the two of them, Ling Xiao finally made a decision. He had thought about it. Even if he killed Wang Feng and Su Ying here, it would only make the flame deity hate him even more. He wouldn't be breaking the sect's rules, because with the Guanghan token, he could attack anyone who trespassed into the Guanghan Hall. If the other party resisted or even attacked first, then he could kill without mercy. He wanted to let the other party attack first. You didn't expect this, did you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, previously, Hall Master Yang refined a furnace of precious pills for Wanghan Tianzuan. So Wanghan Tianzuan gave me this Guanghan token and told me to enter the Guanghan Hall to cultivate at will. I was also responsible for maintaining the array formation of the Guanghan Hall. I didn't expect to run into you two, who snuck into the forbidden area. What do you think I should do? Although his voice was very soft, and he didn't even use a harsh tone, Su Ying and Wang Feng felt that there was no way out at all. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to have made up their minds. If they killed Ling Xiao here, then secretly left and killed that senior brother of the Array Formation Hall, no one would know about it. Not only would they not be punished, but they might even be able to come here often to dual cultivate in the future. Humph! Ling Xiao, don't be too complacent. With my master, the flame deity, here, even if you call Wanghan Tianzuan, it's meaningless. Su Ying snorted coldly. She was clearly stalling for time. At the same time, she was secretly accumulating her vital essence, preparing to attack together with Wang Feng and kill Ling Xiao instantly with lightning speed. They definitely didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to use the Guanghan token, because as long as the incantation of the Guanghan token was recited, Wanghan Tianzuan would know that something had happened here. By then, the two of them would definitely die. Chapter 3:27. The flame deity can't do whatever he wants in the Yuehua school. In the end, he's just a newly promoted inner sect elder. There are plenty of people stronger than him. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the other party was accumulating strength to kill him, but he also needed time to prepare for a surprise attack. It would be best if he could kill these two in 2 or 3 moves. Otherwise, once the flame deity was alerted, Wanghan Tianzuan would appear. But at that time, he wouldn't have the chance to kill these two. Do it! In an instant, Wang Feng and Su Ying moved at the same time. The two of them used the move they had been accumulating for a long time. Puchi, Wang Feng, who had just jumped up, was suddenly sent flying back. A sharp flying sword had pierced his neck. Ling Xiao, who hadn't used the imperial sword technique for a long time, didn't let go of this killing move. The imperial sword technique pursued the ultimate combination of speed, power, and surprise. Although Wang Feng was a first-layer transcendent realm cultivator, at such a close distance, he had no chance to react at all. The fine artifact-level Big Dipper flying sword emitted a chilling aura that instantly filled Wang Feng's entire body. In order to kill Wang Feng in one move, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use the Moon True Essence he had just obtained. Although it was only a little bit of the Moon True Essence attached to the flying sword, the cold aura was still terrifying. He also suffered some internal injuries, but he cultivated the heavenly dragon golden body, so these internal injuries were nothing to worry about. Seeing Wang Feng die, Su Ying, who had been rushing forward, suddenly stopped. She then turned back and madly ran toward the opening. If Ling Xiao could kill Wang Feng in one move, then he definitely had the strength to kill her in one move. But she didn't want to die. She couldn't die. While running for her life, she took out a token and chanted the incantation on it. It was the flame deity's demonic flame token. As long as she chanted the incantation, the flame deity would know. But in the end, Su Ying couldn't escape death. A terrifying force came from behind her and slammed into her body. She felt as if her body was being torn apart by something. It actually exploded in an instant. This move of destruction is truly terrifying. Ling Xiao involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched Su Ying turn into ashes. The might displayed by Annihilation was simply astonishing. He was just giving it a try. He didn't expect to kill Su Ying just like that. Withdraw. Seeing that a ninja spirit and a martial spirit were about to fly away, Ling Xiao rolled up his sleeves and collected Wang Feng and Su Ying's martial spirits. Ling Xiao didn't need their martial souls, so he chose to devour them directly, turning them into nutrients for his other martial souls. Up until now, Ling Xiao's 5 other martial spirits, Ghost Ship, Blood Shadow, Thunder Bear, Dark Cloud, and Giant Sword, had all condensed into physical entities and entered the 3rd stage of the complete soul. Only when a martial soul reached this stage could it display its full potential. However, the strength of the martial soul still depended on the strength of the martial soul. In addition, above the complete soul was the out-of-body, remnant soul, complete soul, out-of-body, wandering soul, lightning tribulation, divine soul. These were the 6 levels of martial soul development, but each level was divided into several stages. Ling Xiao's current 5 martial souls belonged to the 3rd stage of the complete soul physical entity, which was also the last stage of the complete soul. Once he entered the out-of-body level, he still needed to continuously cultivate and reach a total of 9 stages. 1 breath, 1 minute, 1 moment, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 season, and 1 year. It could be said that the cultivation of martial souls was not a simple matter. Only by advancing side by side with cultivation could one truly display the combat strength they should have. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Two extremely terrifying auras descended upon the Guanghan Palace at the same time. On one side was the flame deity, and on the other side was Guanghan Tianzuan. One side was blazing hot, the other was ice cold. This made Ling Zhao's body extremely uncomfortable. Heaven Realm Masters are really powerful. They haven't even made a move yet, and I'm already feeling so uncomfortable. Once they start fighting, won't they defy the heavens? Ling Zhao secretly clenched his fists. It seemed that he had to continue to work hard. Otherwise, he would continue to suffer like this. Guanghan, you want to stop me? The flame deity looked at Guanghan Tianzuan and asked sharply, Emo Yen, you trespassed into the Guanghan Palace without permission. When did you ever give me face? If I don't stop you today, who am I supposed to stop? Guanghan Tianzuan was actually very surprised. She had never expected that Ling Zhao, a trivial outer sect disciple, would actually possess such terrifying combat strength, actually being able to kill two first-layer transcendent realm cultivators. When she arrived, she had noticed that the air was filled with a chilling aura, and the auras of the two cultivators had yet to completely subside. However, Ling Zhao had the Guanghan token, so no matter what, she couldn't allow the flame deity to take action over this matter. Guanghan, you'd best think clearly. This little brat killed two of my disciples, one of whom was even my direct disciple. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my anger. The flame deity seemed to really intend to take action, and even if Guanghan Tianzuan wanted to stop him, it would be useless. Senior Guanghan, not only did those two take advantage of a flaw in the Guanghan Palace's spirit array to secretly cultivate inside, but after this disciple tried to stop them, they actually tried to kill this disciple. This disciple was forced to act. Ling Zhao said loudly, neither servile nor overbearing. He had to give Guanghan Tianzuan a reason to take action. Not only did someone else's disciple break into the restricted area he was guarding, but he also tried to kill the person who held the Guanghan token. If he didn't take action, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Did you show your Guanghan token? Guanghan Tianzuan asked. I did. Ling Zhao nodded. He wasn't afraid that Guanghan Tianzuan would get to the bottom of it. Anyway, the incident happened less than 15 minutes ago, and he could use some precious weapons to reconstruct the scene. Although that would expose his sword control technique, it didn't matter. Although the sword control technique was difficult to cultivate, it wasn't impossible, so there was nothing to hide. He only had the mountain river martial soul, which couldn't be exposed no matter what. As for the rest, it didn't matter. Guanghan Tianzuan took out a blank scroll and threw it into the air. After a while, some cold air flowed into the scroll, and the previous scene was completely displayed. Amo Yen, what else do you have to say? Guanghan Tianzuan was now completely justified. She could even hand it over to the sect and ask the higher-ups to deal with it impartially. The flame deity would then be in trouble. Good. Very good. Ling Zhao, you're ruthless. The flame deity stared coldly at Ling Zhao. He really didn't expect that a mere martial vein realm warrior would bring him such great humiliation. He had personally attacked twice, but he still couldn't kill him. It was really hateful. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind Su Ying and Wang Feng's corpses. Guanghan Tianzuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 3:28. Guanghan Tianzuan didn't want to fight with the flame deity. That was because, in terms of cultivation, she was almost the same as the flame deity. But in terms of fighting power, she was afraid that she was not the flame deity's opponent. If the other party really wanted to fight, she would definitely be injured. So, when the flame deity left, She was naturally relieved. However, all of a sudden, her expression changed drastically. Just when she relaxed a little, a big hand in the sky fiercely slapped toward Ling Xiao. She only had time to weaken the power of the big hand, but she couldn't completely block it. The terrible power directly landed on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao thought that he was going to die. Even if the palm only had 10% of the flame deity's power, it was not something that he could bear. But at that moment, the mountain and river martial spirit crazily revolved, and the fusion with his soul seemed to increase crazily. When the palm hit his head, he seemed to see a figure standing behind him, and then the figure met the palm. That person looked exactly like him. Boom! After a loud explosion, Ling Xiao completely lost consciousness. When he woke up from his coma again, Dai Yuling and Lan Yu were by his side. Dai Yuling's face was full of tears, and her cheeks were full of tears. Lan Yu was not much better. Seeing that he woke up, the two girls happily rushed to him, like magpies. They didn't care about the difference between men and women, and they held his hands tightly. You really scared people to death. You were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Lan Yu cried and laughed at the same time. She was very happy. 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He felt that it was just a moment. He didn't expect that 3 days and 3 nights had passed. What a waste of time. That's right. You don't know this, but Guanghan Celestial and Hall Master Yang went all the way to the Volcano Palace and severely injured Celestial Lord Devilflame. If it weren't for the people from the Law Enforcement Hall, Celestial Lord Devilflame would have been killed. Dai Yuling said excitedly, "Are Senior Yang and Senior Guanghan okay?" Ling Xiao asked hurriedly, "They are also injured, but you also know that old Hall Master Yang is the Medicine Hall Master. Those injuries are nothing. The flame deity, on the other hand, will need at least a month to recover." This time, he actually disregarded his status as an elder and attacked you, an outer sect disciple. This is considered a violation of the sect's rules. Lan Yu sighed. The hateful thing is that the Law Enforcement Hall actually protected the flame deity. They said that he is a rare genius in the sect. Since he is already injured, they won't punish him. They even sent him to the Moonlight Pagoda to recuperate and cultivate. It's fine as long as Senior Yang and Senior Guanghan are fine. Ling Xiao was only an outer sect disciple, so he couldn't control the decisions of the Law Enforcement Hall. He was most concerned about the safety of the 2 seniors who had avenged him. Of course, there was also his master, Yuan Venerate. However, he couldn't ask this question. "Help me up. I'll go and see Senior Yang." Ling Xiao was still concerned about his master. He believed that his master, Yuan Venerate, had made a move. Otherwise, Yang Danlin and Wanghan Tianzuan might not have been able to seriously injure the flame deity. "Forget it. Old Hall, Master Yang told me to tell you that your master is fine. Do you really want to acknowledge him as your master?" Lan Yu asked doubtfully. "Fine." Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The master, Yang Danlin, was referring to was naturally Yuan Venerate. "It's good that you're fine. I really need to have a good rest." Ling Xiao closed his eyes as he spoke. He wanted to check the current situation of his body. When the flame deity's sky-covering palm had struck him in Guanghan Hall, he had clearly felt something change in his body. However, when he looked inside his body, he discovered that there was nothing unusual about his mountain river martial soul other than the fact that it had almost reached 99% fusion with his soul. In addition, his heavenly dragon golden body had also reached the 10th stage. He was only half a step away from smoothly advancing to the 5th stage. Now, he could kill an ordinary first-level transcendent realm martialist just by relying on his physical strength. This was a really big gain. Not only had the flame deity's palm not killed him, but it had also turned a disaster into a blessing in disguise. This was probably something that the flame deity had never expected. He was only one step away from advancing. Ling Zhao's current situation was that his soul force was terrifyingly powerful. Even the soul of a Skyman powerhouse might not be stronger than his. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the level of a half-step grandmaster and had accumulated 99% of his strength. In terms of physical strength, his heavenly dragon golden body was also close to entering the 5th stage. It could be said that as long as his heavenly dragon golden body broke through, he would be able to enter the transcendent realm at any time. It was just that he was still one step away. This required an opportunity and could not be rushed. However, he was not in a hurry. Once he entered the inner sect, he would directly face He Suo, so he had to lay a good foundation, so that after advancing to the 1st level transcendent realm, he would not have to fear He Suo. Therefore, a breakthrough in his heavenly dragon golden body was necessary. For the next half a month, Ling Zhao had been recuperating and recovering from his injuries. The attacks of a Skyman powerhouse were really terrifying. Even if he had a strong recovery ability, it still took him half a month to fully recover. However, this recovery stage was also very important for him. His cultivation had improved too quickly during this period, so it was inevitable that some problems would arise. Therefore, he seized the time to use the analysis and practice ability of his mountain and river martial spirit to solve the problems in his cultivation one by one. Even the incorrect method of using his martial skills was solved one after another. On the day of his recovery, Ling Zhao had planned to visit Old Hall Master Yang and Wang Han Tianzuan, but both of them were in retreat, so he did not go. Interestingly, there were actually people in the outer sect who issued a challenge to him. One was Zhao Ji, and the other was Zhao Ci. In addition, there were a few other outer sect disciples who were originally ranked in the top 10. Of course, this was only an outer sect challenge, not a life and death challenge. Ling Zhao did not have any deep hatred with these people, so there was no harm in taking this opportunity to practice some of the things in his mind. Therefore, he did not refuse these challenges. As a result, he inadvertently broke the record again. In one day, he received challenges from as many as 30 outer sect disciples, and these disciples were all half-step masters, especially Zhao Ji, who was now second in the outer sect. He could have broken through to the transcendent realm and entered the inner sect earlier, but he perceived the benefits of a steady path from Ling Zhao. Therefore, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation and did not break through. This was actually a very smart approach. Otherwise, once he entered the inner sect, he could only start from the bottom. Chapter 329. On the same day, Ling Zhao fought 30 half-step masters alone. These people were the elites of the outer sect disciples. Most of the disciples couldn't even last one move under Ling Zhao's attacks. During this process, Ling Zhao even gave these disciples a few pointers. He didn't think too much about it. He just thought that since they were all fellow disciples, this kind of thing was nothing to him. However, what he didn't expect was that his actions would win him the full support of most of the outer sect disciples. It could be said that even if Ling Zhao entered the inner sect in the future, the entire outer sect would become his supporters. This was a force that was hard to come by. It might not be obvious normally, but the inner sect disciples were also from the outer sect. If these people all entered the inner sect, they would undoubtedly bring great benefits to Ling Zhao. Zhao Ci was still a little arrogant and old-fashioned. She was defeated by Ling Zhao in one move, but she was still unwilling to listen to Ling Zhao's pointers. Ling Zhao was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of woman. Zhao Ji and Zhao Ci were brother and sister, but their personalities were completely different. Before the challenge, Zhao Ji said that he hoped that Ling Xiao could exchange a few more moves with him and help him see the flaws in his cultivation. Ling Xiao naturally didn't refuse. He could have finished the battle in 10 moves, but he exchanged more than 100 moves with Zhao Ji. While giving pointers to Zhao Ji, he also gained a lot of benefits from it. After all, Zhao Ji was also a genius. There were some ideas that Ling Xiao didn't think of, but this time he learned them all. With senior brother Ling's current strength, I'm afraid that cultivators in the first layer of the transcendent realm are no longer in his eyes. After the challenge, Zhao Ji sighed helplessly. It seemed that if Ling Xiao didn't enter the inner sect, he would never be able to become the #1 outer sect disciple. Yes, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest outer sect disciple in the history of Yuehua School. After this challenge, Ling Xiao was basically the only one in the outer sect. However, being invincible in the outer sect didn't mean anything. After the challenge ended, he returned to his cave abode to continue cultivating. Although he didn't waste much time during this half a month of recovery, he didn't use all his energy to cultivate. After this challenge, he had also received many inspirations from the 30 outer sect disciples and was prepared to integrate all of them into his own cultivation. When 3 people walk together, there is bound to be someone to learn from. Although it was easy to say, it was difficult for many people to do it. However, Ling Xiao had always done this. Even if the person's cultivation level was much lower than his, there was still something that made his eyes light up. Right now, there were only 2 difficulties that he needed to overcome. The first was the accumulation of power from the heavenly dragon golden body. As long as he could break through to the 5th stage, he would be able to break through to the transcendent realm. This level of difficulty was much more difficult than a single potential or dual potential promotion. However, once promoted, one would become incomparably powerful. Furthermore, with a solid foundation, one's cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. The other was the fusion of the mountain and river martial spirit with his own soul. Ling Xiao didn't have any good ideas about this. After the fusion rate reached 99%, it seemed to stagnate. This wasn't like the heavenly dragon golden body, which could still be cultivated. This fusion rate could only be achieved by finding some kind of opportunity. Perhaps it could become 100%. He was looking forward to what would happen to the mountain and river martial spirit once the fusion was perfect. What would happen to him? There was no way to ask others because no one had experience in this area. Everything could only rely on his own efforts. On this day, he learned that Wanghan Tianzuan and Yang Danlin had come out of seclusion, so he hurriedly stopped cultivating and went to pay his respects to the 2 seniors. These 2 people fought with the flame deity for his sake and suffered varying degrees of injuries. They even almost fell out with the law enforcement hall. Because of this, he had to personally thank them. When he went to Yang Danlin's cave abode, Ling Xiao discovered that Wanghan Tianzuan was also there. The 2 seemed to be discussing some secret matters. Ling Xiao, you've come. Come in quickly. Yang Danlin was still as amiable as before. She was simply an old grandpa. Wanghan Tianzuan was still as cold as ever, but Ling Xiao could feel the goodwill emanating from her body. Disciple pays his respects to Senior Yang and Senior Guanghan. Ling Xiao didn't see any trace of Yuan venerates when he walked into the cave abode. He suddenly felt very uneasy. What exactly had happened? He frowned and waited for Yang Danlin and Wanghan Tianzuan to speak. Have a seat, Ling Xiao. It seems like there are some things that can't be hidden from you. Yang Danlin sighed. Did something happen to my master? Ling Xiao asked. He seemed very calm, but his heart was in turmoil. It's like this. Yang Danlin didn't hide anything from Ling Xiao. She roughly recounted what had happened while Ling Xiao had been unconscious. It turned out that Ling Zhao's life had been in danger after he had fainted. Even the Yuan Venerate felt that Ling Xiao had a very high chance of dying, and that the chances of him surviving were no more than 30%. Because of this, the Yuan Venerate was furious. All this time, he had appeared to be harmless to humans and animals. But after taking in such a good disciple, in the end, he was killed. This caused him to be furious. Therefore, he and Yang Danlin had gone to find trouble with the flame deity. They had coincidentally met Wang Han Tianzuan there. The corpses of the lava lizards were everywhere around the volcano palace. Although Wang Han Tianzuan wasn't as concerned about Ling Xiao as the Yuan Venerate was, she was furious that the flame deity had actually dared to disregard his status and kill an outer sect disciple right under her nose. She had come here after sending Ling Xiao to Yang Danlin's cave abode and killed her way to the volcano palace. To be honest, the flame deity's strength had completely exceeded Wang Han Tianzuan's expectations. If Yang Danlin hadn't rushed over, and the Yuan Venerate hadn't taken the risk to intervene, even Wang Han Tianzuan and Yang Danlin would have died there. However, the intervention of the Yuan Venerate had alarmed the law enforcement hall. The flame deity had been rescued, while the Yuan Venerate had been suppressed by the 5 law enforcement elders of the law enforcement hall. The 5 law enforcement elders could be considered the 5 strongest people in the Yuehua school, while the Yuan Venerate had obviously not recovered his strength. Even so, the 5 law enforcement elders had paid a heavy price in order to suppress the Yuan Venerate. "How is my master now?" Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. "He has been imprisoned on the top floor of the Moonlight Pagoda. There is an array formation left behind from ancient times to imprison demons. Even a Yuan Venerate cannot escape." Yang Danlin sighed. "These enforcement elders are too unreasonable. It was Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame who broke the rules first. Don't they care?" Ling Xiao said angrily, "Child, this is the rule of the mystic realm. The strong are respected,